and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Charlie, if today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. So guys, you are wondering where I am, right?
Yes.
I'm right here in the Madina market, and as part of celebrating 24,000 subscribers, I'm here with GhanaWeb, and what we are going to do is we are going to sell tomatoes. But this time around, anyone who is ready to buy our tomatoes, we are going to give it to them for free. When you get tomato, what are you going to use for?
Ghana jollof, baby. With spicy goat.
Okay, so she's going to use it for Ghana jollof with some spicy goat. So guys, you're coming with me at this one. Let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
Oh, 2 CDs.
It's free. Baby, 1 CD.
2 CDs. Baby,
1 CD.
Mama,
On tomatoes. I don't think so.
They're not ready to buy.
Maybe they're scared of the camera. Mommy,
tomatoes.
Hey! I think we should give them a class.
Yeah.
I mean, they try. Baby, I want to sweetie tomatoes. Hey, I saw coronavirus.
Sweetie pie.
Hey, sweetheart, come and buy tomatoes. Hey! I'm not able to. I think it's English.
So guys, at the moment, we've been here for like a minute and no one is buying our tomatoes.
No,
they don't know the secret. They don't know we are giving to them for
free.
They don't know. I think we should start telling them.
It's free!
Free tomatoes!
I don't think they know.
Hey!
They don't believe.
They don't believe.
My mommy needs tomatoes, so I can take some home.
Oh!
Daddy! One day, free tomatoes. Free tomatoes. It's real. Ghanaians, I don't think Ghanaians like it.
Sweetie pie.
It's free tomatoes.
Hey!
It's Jesus. Mommy. Baby, free. Baby, free. Ammo. Sweetheart, free tomatoes. Hello. Daddy. Mommy, free tomatoes.
Don't say free tomatoes. Come. Like, you come. Just like, what are these girls doing?
Tomatoes.
Also tomatoes. They're doing it now. No, for your mouth. You see the lady who's selling the tomatoes. I think they need to stand far away.
Tomatoes. What the?
Hey, bruh.
I think you're going. Oh, go too much. Tomatoes. Free tomatoes. Hey, one it's weekend over stew. Free tomatoes. Free tomatoes. Mommy,
free tomatoes with the brown and free tomatoes. Oh,
come. Hey!
I don't believe it.
Tomatoes, free tomatoes.
Free tomatoes. Oh.
It's gas corona. Free, mommy. Tomatoes.
Come.
The tomato kiosk corona.
Oh, why? You won't cook jollof today.
Mommy.
Come. Free tomatoes.
Free. Jesus Christ.
This is very interesting.
This is harder than I thought.
Yeah, it's very, very hard. I think the fact that it's free, they don't like, it's difficult to believe.
They don't believe.
But yes, the case we are going to give to them for free.
Mommy, free tomatoes. I think because they're saying tomatoes. I'm not in those, free in those.
I think we should go out there and go and get them.
You think so?
Mama, tomatoes.
I think I should call some of my people. They will come to town.
Hey.
Okay, I'm tired.
We are frustrated market women because nobody is buying. Nobody also wants free tomatoes.
Mommy, tomatoes.
Mommy, tomatoes.
Mommy, free tomatoes.
Free, bra. Mommy, bra.
Tomatoes free.
This one. This one. 5 cities. 5 cities. I'm sure 5 cities.
We've already paid for it.
Cow. Hey! Free tomatoes.
Okay, I think I'm losing. Mommy, tomatoes.
Yomo. Yeah, 5 cities.
Okay, for you. Thank you.
You need a black rubber.
Black. You need a black rubber. Yeah.
How much is the small one? The small one is 2 cities. I should add 2 cities. Okay. Let's add 2 cities. You can see your tomatoes. You pack all this. Oh, no, don't worry. I'll change it for you. You are my special person. Okay, no problem.
Tomatoes.
I should give you some. Choose the one you want.
Hey, I'm going to the law.
Oh, sorry. Choose.
I'm going to the free tomatoes.
Thank you. 7 cities. Okay. Bring me black rubber. No, this one. Oh, you said 2 cities. Yes. Make it 7 cities. Yes.
Okay, that one big enough. Is the rubber big enough?
Let me give you the big ones. Hey.
See, this one's under is for me. Only forget.
Because I added the big ones. You can add it. Today is my birthday, so I'm sharing free tomatoes, so you don't have to buy it. So yeah, so you can keep the money. It's for my small boy. Use it for jollof and goat. You two want some, eh? Okay.
Why
God bless
by force?
How much is the garlic? The garlic. Why 2 cities? Garlic here, 2 cities. 2 cities.
Which one? Marco. 1 city.
Thank you.
Give me one.
I wish you don't need
that one. She said.
Okay. I
think your sweetie tomatoes. It's real.
Yeah.
What's that?
Today is my birthday, so I'll pay. You're welcome. 5 cities. Okay.
She have free tomatoes. I don't know, chef. Hey, mommy, tomatoes. It's real. It's free. And I'm in Kaibe.
Thank you so much.
Subscribe
to the channel. Yeah. You want black rubber? Please give me black rubber. Let's give Auntie black rubber. Yes. What are you cooking today?
Mommy, tomatoes. What's mine here?
She's cooking jollof.
5 cities.
The rubber is refusing to rubber. I'm not with mine. 2 CD, 3 CDs. And then birthday tea. I said coronavirus. I think you don't 5 CD wine. I said I'm on here, Toby. Oh, you can't okay, Atima. Let's time with the more, baby. Oh, my God. It's to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Hello, me and my wife. Wow. It was cool. So guys, I mean, this lady, she offered to give her us her spot. She's called Auntie Lizzie. So whenever you find yourself in Medina Market, it's just behind the techno board. Come and buy tomatoes from her. Tell her I sent you here. And so thank you, my Lizzie. What Bibika? Okay. And then there's we made her still. So yeah, so that brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much. This challenge was with the Gags GH. Do well to support them by subscribing to their YouTube channel. They do comedy and street interviews. You love their channel. Head on to their channel and show them some love. This was us scouting for where to film this. It was really interesting. Guys, let me know in the comment section, did you enjoy watching this video as much as I enjoyed filming? If you loved it, let me know. And let me know if you like more of this. And so, yeah. It was my first experience and I must say it was so fun together with the Gags GH. Let me know in the comment section if you loved it. And I also want to say a big thank you all to all my subscribers. Thank you so much for the love and support. It's 30K loaded.
on road to 30K. Do well to keep sharing my videos. Share. Like. Comment. Thank you so much for the love. 30K, here we come. I love you all. Cheers. Have a good week.
Wir freuen uns sehr über die Anwesenheit und auf das Grußwort des Staatspräsidenten der Republik Ghana und begrüßen seine Exzellenz Nana Akufo-Addo. Herzlich willkommen, Herr Präsident.
I'm grateful to the Minister President of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, Herr Amin Laschet, for the invitation to visit this famous state once again, and also for the opportunity to deliver these brief remarks on this memorable occasion. I extend the best wishes of the governments and peoples of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, whose authority I have the honor to be current chair, to the people of North Rhine-Westphalia as you celebrate this important milestone, and convey our deep sympathies on the recent tragedy that has befallen you. For myself, I'm blessed to have been present on this occasion to listen to the wonderful music we have heard this evening. Thank you. There are many residents, many of whom are still alive today, who saw at first hand the events that led to Operation Marriage. They would have seen for themselves the destruction of their homes and businesses because of World War II. I'm certain many moved on in search of greener pastures elsewhere, and I'm equally certain that many more stayed to help in the rebuilding efforts that followed on from 1946. The founding residents of this state will be proud of the transformation that has taken place here since those difficult, dramatic days. Today, North Rhine-Westphalia is not only the most populous state in Germany, but it is also her greatest industrial region, and has consistently for several decades been one of Europe's most important economic centers. These laudable accolades did not happen by chance. It took creativity, determination, enterprise, hard work, and innovation. And credit for this goes to successive generations of North Rhine-Westphalians and their leaders. We in Ghana are drawing inspiration from the success stories of North Rhine-Westphalia and Germany, because likewise, we want to build a progressive and prosperous country. There's an often cited African proverb which says, and I quote, "If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together." We have resolved to work hand in hand with North Rhine-Westphalia and Germany because we desire to walk far, especially as we share common attachments to the common values of respect for individual liberties and human rights, of respect for the rule of law, and of respect for the principles of democratic accountability. Embarking on such a journey means we are having to accelerate the process of changing the structure of the Ghanaian economy, which will enable us to participate fully in the global marketplace, not on the basis of exports of raw materials, but on the basis of the exports of things we make. With Germany being a major exporter of industrial products and technology, with North Rhine-Westphalia being in the lead, Ghana's relations with Germany are of utmost importance and must be hinged on this. The recent establishment of a Volkswagen assembly plant in Accra is a welcome development, and we are encouraged by the fact that more and more German companies have expressed their willingness to set up shop in Ghana. We want to renew and deepen our relations with Germany, with North Rhine-Westphalia at her center, to our mutual advantage. We do want to, and we shall work to take Ghana to where she deserves to be, a prosperous and dynamic member of the world community, which is neither victim nor pawn of the world order. Ghana is doing her part in leading the march for the development of Africa. It is an exciting time for us, and we welcome residents and enterprises of North Rhine-Westphalia, and indeed of Germany as a whole, to join us to achieve this goal. I wish you in North Rhine-Westphalia a happy 75th anniversary and the best of luck in the next 75 years. Vielen Dank. Thank you.
For us as teachers, we have contact hours and we have working hours. The working hours is the entire duration, both the contact hours and then the period within which you do the marking, you prepare the lesson. That is what we call the working hours. But the contact hours is 6 hours. Now you have extended it to 8 hours. When you say that teachers are to close 3 o'clock, you are telling them, now look, now this is the period within which you are to engage the students. Psychologically, it doesn't make sense. The reason why it doesn't make sense is that, look, you engage a child for 8 hours in the school. Ask a psychologist. Children have a very short span of memory. It gets to a time they become tired. They become tired. And you are asking one person to hold the children. It cannot be. And that is why the maximum time is 6 hours. So after that, the children must go home. And so in our collective agreement and in the condition of service, we have agreed that any time in the determination of such the contact hours and everything, it will be between the GES and the teacher unions. We've seen the letter purporting to have extended the contact hours to 8 or to 3 p.m., 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And we are saying that it is a sin, a transgression and iniquity against our collective agreement and the code of conduct. And we want to presume that the Director General is not aware. But if the Director General is aware, this thing should be withdrawn as quickly as possible, in order not to disturb the industrial peace, because this is unacceptable and it's against the law and it's against the principle of collective agreement, and it must not be entertained in industrial relations that we are all enjoying now. Currently, teachers are really doing well. Why do I say so? From January till now, till June, teachers have been teaching, and they went on break for only 3 weeks, and they came back. They will be teaching, they are teaching, and they will teach until December before they go on break, until the students write somewhere November, or yes, somewhere November, December, thereabout. That is the teacher for you. They have only 3 weeks break, and they are still teaching. We complain about this particular arrangement, and it is in our press statement as indicated. And so, if anybody wants to increase or change, make any amendment to something that is in the collective agreement, you go through due process. We have agreed on the process through which these things are handled, and the employer knows that, and the employer should have used that particular channel and not using its own way of getting it. That's what I'm saying, that we want to presume that the Director General is not aware, and that whatever it is, the necessary corrections should be done before it is too late.
We'll move on and look at the question that he sent us, and that is the question sent to us by African Education Watch, indicating that the paper had leaked. The actual question paper, right, so, okay, right, so on the screen there, you see at 1:30. As you can see, due diligence before issuing out any reports. And these reports, when this is not done, have the tendency of misleading the public, causing unnecessary anxiety, and undermining the credibility of the examination. If care is not taken, reputations of institutions and the nation as a whole could be irreparably damaged in the eyes of the international community. African Education Watch, EdWatch, on Friday, 20th August 2021, disseminated a report on social media as follows. Today's food and nutrition paper, which was scheduled for 1:30 p.m., was leaked on social media at 6 a.m. yesterday and 11:06 a.m. today. We reported to WIC at 11:10 a.m. and can now confirm that it is indeed a genuine leak. The practical paper has just started at the centers. EdWatch is monitoring WAS with the support of Oxfam and would continue collaborating with WIC to improve accountability in the education assessment sector. So this is the information that was on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to state emphatically that the information put out by EdWatch about the alleged leakage of the foods and nutrition paper is untrue, is misleading, and is creating anxiety among the candidates and our publics. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to the circulation of this information, one of our heads of division received a call and WhatsApp images of the instructions to the foods and nutrition teacher and the alleged leaked questions from Mr. Kofi Asari, CEO of African Education Watch. Right, and this is actually the instructions to the foods and nutrition teacher. If you look at this document carefully and you read through it, this document was forwarded to schools by WIC on the 16th August. We forwarded these documents to the heads of schools, and they are supposed to be given to the teachers who handle foods and nutrition. And it simply contains guidelines for the teachers to go by when they are conducting the test on Friday. Right, so as I have said, these are the images African Education Watch sent to us. The first one, as you can see, is this document which was sent to schools on Monday. Right, it's there like this, and then it's also been opened up and snapped. And then the third one, can we have the third one? And the third one is the question he claims have leaked, and for that reason, the paper has leaked. As you have all seen, we have given you copies, and was already in the public domain. Hence, we are surprised that somebody picks it up and refers to it as a leaked document on the 19th August 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the first time we have had such misleading circulation from EduWatch. While we welcome feedback, which we believe helps us to take corrective actions to improve, reckless circulations like this creates needless pressure on WIC, on the candidates, on the parents, and on our various stakeholders. Local and international bodies that use our results for the admission of Ghanaians into tertiary institutions may doubt the credibility of our certificates, making the Ghanaian child the ultimate loser. We are happy to say that we are indeed very happy with the matured approach some media houses have taken to first check with us when they receive contentious information. And we want to use this forum to also entreat all of us here to be circumspect in our reportage on issues regarding the examination. Please let us not create unnecessary tension, fear, and panic.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
The week is almost coming to an end, but of course it can't be complete without BizTech, where we bring you a recap of business news that made headlines during the week, as well as a compelling interview. Hello and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyekwote. Now, a 24-year-old Ghanaian university graduate is making his world beautiful through painting. Philip Emisa, the CEO of Colorful Visions Artisans, has a dream of making generational wealth. And of course, he's championing that cause with one Ghanaian youth at a time. He has employed over 30 Ghanaians and has 15 trainees under his care for free. My colleague Ernestina Sewa Asante has the details.
Life, they say, is full of surprises. We've got the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today on BizTech, we'll be speaking to a 24-year-old CEO of Colorful Vision Artisan. He's a university graduate and was looking forward to having a position in the corporate body. But today, he is a professional painter. Let me not spill all the beans. Let's get straight into the conversation. We'll be right back. Welcome to BizTech, Philip Emisa.
Thank you.
Okay, I know you're a university graduate. I'm sure you were expecting that you'll be in an office, but here you are, a painter.
Definitely.
Tell us more about it.
Well, when I was done with my national service, I sent out some applications for the course I did. I did health and safety in the school.
Okay.
So I sent out my application to the manufacturing companies and then the industrial ones. None of them actually picked me. So I was frustrated, honestly. And then I wanted to paint my room. So I went to buy a brush and then a paint. then I decided to paint. As I was just painting, the so it just came in my head. Just coming. So after that, I realized that what I did was really nice. So I decided to try it out for a few friends, pro bono. So I did it for those guys, and then, you know, I met my boss. He asked me if I'm a painter, actually. I said yes. But honestly, I didn't know much.
But you were not a painter at the time.
I was not even a painter at the time. I didn't know much. But I was ready to go for it because I can apply the paint. So I decided to join him. And then when I got to the site, I got to learn a whole lot of things. That's how come I advanced into industrial painting.
You made use of the internet as well?
I always make use of the internet. Always. There's not a single day I don't watch something on painting.
Okay. So this is your full-time job or your side hustle?
This is my full-time job.
How many people have you been able to employ or train so far?
If you're speaking in terms of employment, not less than 30 people.
On payroll? On
payroll.
Oh.
If you're talking about people that are working as trainees, they're about 15. So this is not the only site that I'm working on. The others are different sites working too. Yeah.
You said you've employed about 30 people, and the trainees are 15.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm just 24 years, going to 25.
24?
Yes, 24 years.
Wow.
I look big and stout, but this is the young guy.
24-year-old CEO of, what's the company again?
Colorful Visionary.
I see. So aside painting, what else do you do?
I do interior decor, do POP ceiling, do epoxy flooring, do terrazzo, do tiling as well.
Okay. So, can you delve more into each of them?
So the POP ceiling is the design ceilings that a whole lot of us know about. This is a new kind of ceiling. It's been there long ago. But then there is a new one which is plasterboard as well. It's been added to it. You can fix your lights in it. This LED light give me a whole different colors. Listen, that's the plasterboard ceiling. It comes in conjunction with the POP ceiling. So the same way that the POP ceiling is done, the process is a little bit different from the plasterboard. We have the tiling. We don't know how the tiling is. It's about fixing your tiles on the ground with the mortar and the tile adhesive. And then the terrazzo, also having your terrazzo stones, mixing with mortar and applying. We have the washable one.
Washable tiles?
The terrazzo.
Ah, okay.
As well. Yeah. We have the washable one, and then we have the polished one.
What's the difference?
So we have a terrazzo that you wouldn't have to polish. You just have to sweep over it. When you cast it on the ground, you just have to wash over it, that's all.
Okay.
Good to go. But then the polished terrazzo is the one that they use a grinding machine to grind it. It looks very polished. You can actually see your reflection in the terrazzo floor.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we have epoxy flooring.
Yeah.
The epoxy flooring has to do with fixing, it's a type of flooring that is a waterproofing floor as well as a design floor for industrial areas. Mostly we do industrial places. Now, epoxy, you can fix even your picture on the ground.
Wow.
You do the epoxy on it. The picture will be on the ground. Every design you want can be done on the ground for you with the epoxy.
Now let's go back. How did you get your first job?
Well, my first job it's a lot of memories, you know.
Tell us about it.
A lot of memories. But I think I'll tell you the short part of it.
Okay.
Tell the short part of it. So I went for a friend's funeral, and then at the friend's funeral, I saw this a building which is not completed, and then I was like, "Well, I think I can paint this. Why don't I go ask around for it?" So I just asked around who owns this building, and my friend directed me that it's for this person. So when I went, it was actually a family member.
Your family member? Wow.
That's how I got the job.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I got my first job at around 15,000.
15,000 cedis or dollars?
No, cedis.
Okay.
15,000 cedis. That's my first job. Yeah.
Okay. So how did you feel after seeing the finished work for your first job?
I was relieved. I grew the love for painting because the idea of painting is almost about life. It shows me the kind of steps, the things you would have to go through to become the person you want to be. So you look at this building, we are applying filler, we are applying primer, we are sandpapering, we are dusting it. All these processes takes time, and then after we put the finished work on it, it comes out so nice.
So apart from your first job, I'm sure you did others before this very big contract. We want more details in that too.
I've done a lot of big jobs. You know, so when you go to Mokola Commercial Bank, the one opposite the Snake parking lot, I painted that building.
Oh.
The GCB Bank,
Yeah.
I painted that. I painted Academic City University, Academic City College rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm here.
How did you get all these contracts?
So all these contracts are given to me by my boss.
Who's your boss? You've been mentioning your boss.
His name is Joshua Adadeyabua.
Okay. And how did he become your boss?
So,
because you're a brand, you're a company on your own, you learned everything on your own, and now you are saying your boss.
So my boss polished me.
Okay.
Now painting is not just about putting paint on the wall. He taught me leadership skills, how to lead people, how to spot problems. He helped me open my eye to be paying attention to details. And all these jobs, he gets it. And then he passes it on to me, so I do with the boys.
Okay.
So he's mine superior.
Okay.
When it comes to the job. But then he encourages that I bring young guys on, young guys who didn't get the privilege to go to school, who didn't get the chance to be helped by others. He encouraged me to bring all these boys on. So he helps me train these people. He gives them the platform. This is the platform, a big working space for all these people to learn. So their learning time is fast. People learn painting for 3 years. I teach it in 1 month.
Oh.
So I should tell you how intensive the training here is.
So how much do they pay for the training?
They don't pay anything.
So how do I apply?
Well, I'm actually looking forward to having ladies on site, actually.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. As I said earlier, it's my dream to have ladies painting. Because in Ghana here, painting has been branded as a male-oriented job. But I'm telling you, clients will be fascinated to see females painting.
I see. Okay, so the conversation is getting interesting, but we are taking a quick break. When we come back, we continue the conversation. Welcome back from the break, and now we are he's going to tell us what goes into the choosing of colors for painting. So yes, you tell us what goes into, are there any techniques, or you just choose your color, you think it is good for you?
So get to understand something. Painting is nature. Everything. Get to understand this. Painting is about nature.
Okay.
Everything that you see around, trees, the sky, everything is color. What you're wearing is color. Everything is color. It's meaning. That's the aura that it brings to you.
Okay.
So, if a client wants a color, I'll advise him. If it's a living room, I'll tell you this color is good for you. If it's a banquet hall, I'll tell you this color will be good for you. If it's a high traffic area, I'll tell you. If it's your hall or the exterior part of your building, I'll tell you what will be good for you. So it depends on the environment you are in and the kind of aura you want to have around you. Some people want loud colors, some want light colors, some want colors which are calm. We have colors which will actually calm you down.
How?
Yes. Now it's welcoming. A color like sea blue in your hallway or in your bedroom. A color like white. These colors are colors which calm you down.
But it looks like white is overly used, so we are used to it. If you see white, you are not really getting the vibe.
People don't use it in the right way they need to use it.
Okay.
We have colors which are very welcoming. You are stressed, you get to a place, pink, lemon green, an apple green or a lemon green, it calms you down. The environment alone.
Like naturally.
Naturally.
Your clients do that. My favorite color is wine and I paint my living room wine, but you think it's not the best color for me. How do you go about such situations?
I have one simple rule. The client is always right.
No, but you can also give advice.
Now, I give my advices to the client.
Okay.
Now, I don't go against your wish as a client. But then what I do is that I'll try to give you a better option. Try to give you a better option that this color will rather best fit for this job. But if you insist on you want it, I will let you have it. But I will let you sign an NDA that this, if it messes up, you don't blame me for it. Yes.
So if people watching this video wants to apply, how do they get on board? They want to learn maybe POP, the painting, fixing.
The person will just have to call me. If the person is having some guardians, I'll have to come and see them. Then we will have to put everything on paper.
Okay.
We put everything on paper that they are giving their child to me for training.
Okay.
So the training is going to last about a year or 6 months, provided the person is fast enough. Sign it, the parents sign it, and I go with the kid.
Okay.
Now from then, everything that has to do with the kid is my responsibility. You get to understand, I'm a safety officer.
Okay.
I did safety in school. So I did safety in school. Now my workers' safety is my first priority as a safety officer. Now as a painter, you need to have your nose mask or a respirator, hand gloves, footwear, and then goggles.
Okay.
Then your overall. Now some of the paints, the kind of chemicals in it is harmful. So if you haven't experienced it, if you paint an enclosed area, that place will be very hot, very hot. It's because of the chemicals that the paint is giving up. That is why anytime somebody paints a room first day and the person sleeps in that room, the person gets a cold because of the chemicals in it. So I make sure that I give them their goggle, nose mask, your hand gloves, and your footwear, plus your overall, so that you are protected.
Don't you think it's about time we move away from using the brushes to paint the roller? Maybe there can be a technology that can spray maybe if you are using the brush in 2 days to complete this project, maybe with the sprayer you can use maybe 4 hours or 5 hours to complete a building. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree on that.
Okay.
So there is actually a spraying machine that we use to paint. Instead of the roller, it's actually faster than the roller. But it's a new phase of painting that we are introducing into the system.
Okay.
We've introduced it here, but it's not very common around. And the machine is a bit costly, so not a lot of painters can buy it.
How much does it cost?
So it costs from 7,000
for one.
For one.
Oh. see. And when you used it, how was it feel? Like, how was the feeling like?
It's fast, and it will give you a better finish than the roller well.
I'm sure you're making some interior decor in there, so maybe you can have a look at what's...
It's not a problem.
Okay, sure, then let's get going. Spraying machine, 7,000 machine. Okay, so how do you fix it for work?
You plug into your socket.
Socket, okay.
Yeah, and then this goes into the paint, actually.
Okay.
So you raise it like this, and then you put the paint, you put this into the paint. Now, this is your nozzle.
Okay.
So as you start, there's the pressure, you open it up, it will start, the paint will start passing through this. You can be spraying it from this angle.
Okay.
Either this way or that way.
Okay. But people are saying we should spray from up to bottom, or...
It doesn't necessarily have to be up to bottom.
Okay.
You can either go horizontally or vertically. It's a choice.
Okay. I see.
So this is the wall. This is the finished actually. This is how the wall is. There's no line, no crack on this wall. We make sure that even the back of the socket, we feel it, the eaves, the side between the ceiling and the wall itself, we fill it with filler to make sure that there is no space left unattended to.
Okay.
So the room looks almost close to perfect after the painting is done.
Okay. How much do you normally charge? And then does the cost cover the paint you go and buy on the market?
So if the client wants me to buy the paint, I will.
Okay.
If the client wants me to direct him where to buy it, I will.
Okay.
I have my brands that I use. So they are trusted brands that I use. So I will recommend it for you, and then I'll give you their technical data sheet as well. Read through it, know exactly what it does, the technical properties of the paint.
Okay.
Then you will buy it. If you want to buy it, you're fine. You can go to the factory and we'll produce it for you.
Okay.
If you want me to buy it, I'll still buy it.
So if I already have the paint and I ask you to come and do the painting, how much does that cost?
So everything done here is in square meters.
Okay.
The tiling, the POP, the painting is in square meters.
It means there are measurements in everything.
So I can measure this whole place. And I'll tell you that 10 buckets will be able to do this job. And then it will be done in 3 days by 4 boys. The measurements I do will tell you the number of days that the boys will work, the amount of money I'm supposed to charge you,
okay,
and then the paint, the number of materials that you have to buy accurately. Yes.
Okay. So this room is what centimeters over what?
So this is about almost about 50 square meters.
Okay. I see. Oh, so maths runs through everything in your job.
Maths runs through everything.
So if you are not too good in maths, can you still do this job?
You can still do it because I'll teach you how to do it.
Okay.
It's not any serious matter you have to be so scared about. You just have to know how to measure your height, your length, you multiply it.
Okay.
So just this by this, you get the square area for this. If you want the floor, you measure here to this place, here to this place, you have your square area. So every square meter and how much you charge per square meter.
Okay.
So if I say that I charge 5 cedis per square meter, and I know that this place is 10 square meters, then I know that 5 times 10
Everything me
50, right?
Yes.
So then that's the money I'm going to charge you. So we are coming to an age where clients feel, they feel that painters let them overestimate or they underestimate. So now if you can tell them that this is the amount of paint you are buying, this is your measurement. The measurement says this, I'm charging you this because we charge this per square meter. This is the amount of paint and then filler and then all the materials you will need. So please provide it for me. If it's provided, the client wouldn't have to get the headache of you coming to tell the person that, oh, the paint got finished. I need money to go buy it again.
Yeah.
They buy it once.
Okay.
Yes. The measurement will tell you
how serious your workers are. So if I know that my workers should be able to do 100 square meters a day, and then I come and 50 square meters is done, I will know that the worker didn't work well. Because the measurement will tell me the number of days that I'm supposed to let the guys work for me. So it's very vital.
Okay. So your advice to young ones who are home and are still waiting on corporate bodies to call them?
We got guys like my type on the ground. You just have to come and learn something. You have to come and learn something, because we are giving it to you for free.
Okay.
I was giving painting for free, so I'm giving it out for free. We can't all be in the office. Not everybody can be in the office. It doesn't mean your life has to end that way. You can come, do something with your 10 hands. You got this. That's all you need to make it. So with a little education and then polishing of your skills, you can do better than somebody who's even sitting in the office. So it's not late for anybody. Whether you're literate or illiterate, wherever you are, just come. There's a chance for you to learn.
Okay. All right. Like he said, we all can't be in the office. Don't give up yet because the corporate body is not calling you to take up that position you applied for. So be ready to work with your hands, as he said. Be your own boss, and then life goes on. Ernestina Sewa Asante, reporting for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Ernestina Sewa Asante, for that amazing interview. But our friend Jefferson Seniaja is on standby for Tech Bits.
Welcome to Tech Bits this week. This week is for all web developers and all web designers. And I'm sure you find it interesting. I actually love this website. Ever since I found out about it, I've been actually using it personally myself. And it's an online chatting software. It's called GhanaChat. Now, GhanaChat is something that almost be like revolutionary in terms of what they're serving. It's a great CRM manager, and web developers and all websites creation enthusiasts who find GhanaChat very useful and very helpful. It's something that I would encourage even those that are not into web design to actually, if you actually get a contract or if you hire someone to create a website for you, it's something that you might want to say, hey, use GhanaChat for my website, because its benefits are really, really great. So let's get to it, and let's see how best we can get the best of GhanaChat this week. So the website is called GhanaChat. That's JIVOCHAT, GhanaChat, and it pretty much sells itself. GhanaChat's main thing is connecting business owners to their clients, and it's great for web developers who are looking for a simple chat software. And it integrates with any website, whether it's a pure PHP website or even a WordPress content management softwares like WordPress. GhanaChat, one of the best things I like about their website is that their product is already being used on their website, so you can easily say hello there. And when someone gets to your website, after reading all what your product offers, they can easily just decide to just have a chat with you. And the best thing I like about their chat software is that it's not only available on desktop, meaning that the support agent, where the agent is also typing the message, does not have to be only on the web, but it has a mobile app. So there's a GhanaChat mobile app software which actually is available, and you'll be able to log in into your GhanaChat and connect to your website, meaning someone can be anywhere and you can also be anywhere from the comfort of your home and or anywhere else and be replying to customer support instantly. That's one. As you can see, I just sent a hello and one of their customer support service has replied. It has an auto reply feature which is part of the support management software, and this is all great too. So not only is it for normal website, but even for content management softwares like WordPress.
It has so many great features like live chat for website, as I mentioned, a callback option right there and there, email, telephony. You can even connect it to WhatsApp, you can connect it to Facebook Messenger, chatbots like that one, like I mentioned, and even Telegram. And this is how their support dashboard looks like. An agent can have multiple agents, and you can just be replying to different messages, and it's a great tool. We actually have, I also already have that on aftown.com that we use for integrating and even through our app. So it's a great tool that I'll recommend to everyone to have a look at and business owners to use. Great for CRM integration, great for telephone and email chat transcript. So let's look at it. The default version is actually very free. You can sign up, it's free, but as you need more agents and more features, that is where you get to the paid subscriptions. But it's something that you should look at and might be useful for generating more revenues and turning over site visitors to clients. I hope you found this week very useful and very promising. Even if you're not going to use it, I encourage you to recommend this video to a friend or two. And I'll see you again next week. Bye for now.
Up next is Biz Headlines. Information Minister Kojo Oppong Nkrumah has disclosed that government has secured $100 million from the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to construct a number of district, regional and specialized hospitals under the Agenda 111 project. Addressing journalists on Sunday, August 15, 2021, Oppong Nkrumah said the ambitious Agenda 111 project is aimed at scaling up health infrastructure in the country.
$100 million dollars has been made available for commencement funding, and then because this project will naturally most likely go across 3 budget cycles, 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, and then they have this period of defect when you are done with the project, by which time they will pay you your final, that will lead probably into the 3rd budget cycle. So allocations are being made or have been made across the various budget cycles in the medium-term expenditure framework for what the government of Ghana is bearing. The rest, as I mentioned, is EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction. And so the contractor will come with funding for it, and we'll do the numbers of those ones as we go along those ones. You notice that, as I mentioned, we're starting off with the district projects first, and the EPCs are the regional projects. So we'll get into that one as we go along. The contract sums are just under $17 million for the projects. Those are the estimates. For those of you who are familiar with engineering and construction, you know that we always like to talk about the contract sums or the cost as at the time of contracting. As you go along, if there is a need for some sort of variation or anything, we'll all be apprised of it. If I may be permitted to tell you a little story, I was a journalist actively practicing when the Jubilee House was being built. And there was this confusion between the figure that was given at contract time and when the question was answered in Parliament. And I recall Mr. Kojo Mpianim, who was the Minister for Presidential Affairs at the time, answering and even making a joke that for anybody who has put a building together before, you know that sometimes there may be variations.
Now to the Bank of Ghana. Ghana Central Bank and the Monetary Authority of Singapore are in the process of creating a financial trust corridor, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, has revealed. The platform will serve as a dedicated ecosystem for the mutual recognition of small, medium enterprises, businesses, and financial institutions seeking to improve closer relations in the digital economy. Making the disclosure at a Business Sans Border stakeholder engagement on Wednesday, August 18, 2021. Governor of the BOG, Dr. Ernest Addison, explained that the FTC will comprise of a governance framework and digital infrastructure for banks and fintech firms in Ghana and Singapore. Now on to international affairs. The director of Governance and Administration at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Dr. Samuel Dakwa, has championed the call for more transparency to exist in the engagements between China and African countries. According to him, there have been situations where there have been conflicts between African countries and China due to such a thing, and has therefore called for openness in the details of infrastructural contracts.
Go as individual countries, our strength is not that. And also, you see, at times Chinese also are looking at the kind of risk they are taking, because most of the countries that go for Chinese loans are countries that when they go to the international market and also Western partners, they will not be able to get those loans. So if they give you those loans, it means that the interest rate is going to be high. So, but if we come together as a body, we are able to command strength, and we are able to speak and demand what we need. So, and also many countries, like if you look at these two case studies, Zambia and Kenya, they present different situations. So you could see that Kenya has something that Zambia doesn't have. So if even these two come together, they can do something better. So that is what we need. All the continent, we need to come together and negotiate with China.
A strategic investor at the Ghana Bauxite Company Limited has announced its decision to pull from its operation at Awaso in the Bibiani district of the Western North region. This comes after the investor, Bosai Mineral Group from China, has formally written to government over its decision to sell 80% of its stake in the company and exit. According to the report, the Chinese firm made its decision to exit Ghana as a result of the non-renewal of its mining lease with the GPCL, which is expected to expire in January 2022. The move, which is likely to impact the employment of close to 700 workers of the GBCL, has brought on some anxiety and fears of job security, with the future of the company hanging in the balance. Now on fuel prices, the Institute for Energy Security has projected that the price of fuel is likely to take a dip in the second half of August 2021. The statement signed by research analyst at IES, Fred Moses, noted that following a 15-day rolling basis, the price of fuel on the local market remained stable within the window under assessment. According to him, price of petroleum products within the first pricing window of August 2021 saw the oil marketing companies continue to maintain prices at the pump from the first pricing window of July. Ghana's economy is projected to have expanded by 8.9% in the second quarter of 2021. Though the Ghana Statistical Service is yet to formally release growth rate data for the period, the firm explains that the projection expansion can be attributed to international trade as economists have gradually begun to ease coronavirus-induced restrictions, which will in turn boost demand for commodity exports for Ghana on the international market. This, coupled with a general increase in economic activity in 2021, is expected to help achieve the targeted growth. However, a critical success factor is how well we will handle the rising COVID-19 cases, a strict enforcement of COVID-19 protocols, as well as an effective rollout of COVID vaccination will sustain the economic recovery process, the firm said. The International Monetary Fund has said that the country's energy sector debt will continue to remain above $1 billion per year if the government does not step up its game in implementing the energy sector recovery plan. According to the Article IV report of the IMF, as at the end of the 2018, the sector's losses had translated into cumulative arrears of $2.75 billion, of which $851 million is owed to the private sector. Last year, the report said the country spent 2% of GDP to support the sector, which is beset with challenges such as excess power generation capacity and gas supply, limited transmission capacity, large distribution losses, and low and subsidized electricity tariffs. According to the fund, the government has signed power purchase agreements with 32 independent power producers, resulting in excess supply over demand and high fixed cost. It's a wrap of another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Thank you for staying with us, but there's more on www.ghanaweb.com. Also get interactive with us on all our social media platforms. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. Have a great weekend. My name is Na Oyo Kwote.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program brings to you the hard truth, the facts, and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. 23rd August 2021 marks 230 years since the beginning of the uprising in Santo Domingo, today Haiti and the Dominican Republic. This played a crucial role in the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade. To mark this day, the world commemorates the International Day for the Remembrance of the Atlantic Slave Trade and its abolition. Our question is, what is the depth of enlightenment of African Americans on slave trade and their connection to the continent? We would have this discussion with our guest, who is the founder and president of a Washington, D.C. based African cultural edutainment, resource and consulting group. This is the Lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is the CEO and founder of the Edinkra Group, Diallo Sambri. Welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you so much for having me in your new studio.
Thanks a lot.
Greatly appreciate it. Good to see you again, too.
Yeah, good to see you again. The last time we spoke, you were the first African American to be Ghana's tourism ambassador.
Yes,
so
sir.
are you still in that role, or is over now?
I'm still in the role. As far as I know, I'm still in the role. I still have a very healthy relationship with the Minister of Tourism, with Ghana Tourism Authority, with the Beyond the Return Committee, so it's going well. I mean, naturally, like everyone else, COVID has taken precedence, but I think we're all working steadily to make sure that Ghana's tourism industry stays afloat.
Yeah, talking about COVID, I know it's affected the tourism industry, and the Edinkra Group is deep in that space. So how bad is it for your company?
Well, so a part of what we do is tourism. So I wouldn't necessarily answer the question with how bad it is. I would say that along with everyone else who works in tourism, especially heritage tourism, bringing people to West African countries, everybody suffered to an extent because of international policies around flights, COVID vaccinations, COVID tests. The expense of the COVID test has made it difficult for some people to travel. People are concerned about their health. So we're really more or less focused on helping people be safe, following the trends, and doing our research to make sure that when people do come, we can provide a safe trip for them here and a safe passage home.
Well, we'll soon talk about the Edinkra Group, but now let's talk about the International Day for the commemoration of slave trade and its abolition. And slave trade is a very important subject when it comes to even Ghana, when it comes to even the world, because black people, a lot of us, were taken outside the continent to other places. And I think you have roots in that line because you are African American, and I think every African American basically has roots in Africa. How are Americans right now, I mean black Americans, how are they reconciling with the fact that slave trade did happen and also trying to connect to their roots? I know this is a very broad question.
It is. What I would say is, I wouldn't look at it in a vacuum. So I wouldn't necessarily look at now as an extremely special time when you look at the history of African people in America. So one, I think it's important to say that we all know that Africa is the cradle of civilization. So depending upon how deep we want to go with science and how far we want to go back, I would say that every human being has African ancestry, right? So one, the world has to kind of accept that and then figure it out. Two, a lot of people are familiar with the transatlantic slave trade, right? A lot of people are familiar with what happened. There are things that are still being discovered. So it's not a new thing. I think it's important to commemorate it. I think it's important to have conversations about it without necessarily indicting every other race, so to speak. And I think it's important for us to accept it, right? Figure out how to move beyond it and focus more on how we level up and move into the future more so than what happened, right? Because if we spend our whole time talking about what happened, we know that there's a gap of time we won't ever be able to recover, right? We know that there's been an identity loss for those of us who are in America or the Caribbean or other parts, right? So I'm more or less focused on solutions, right? So one way that I'm working towards helping people recover that identity loss is I work with a company called AfricanAncestry.com. AfricanAncestry.com is the only DNA tracing company that allows people of African descent to trace their DNA back to modern day country and ethnic group. That helps to recover the gap. But more than anything else, it's just really about empowering people with their history, with their culture, to be able to move forward, and people do that in different ways.
Yeah, so talking about the present right now, you know, we've had the Black Lives Matter protests and also racism, which is really key and going on everywhere. Is there any connection with the African struggle? Because currently in Africa, there's also its own issues and the struggle. Is it an issue of black and white, or is it just an extension of what's happening here that's going on there?
I think it's an extension, and I think that the best way to look at it, no matter where you are in the world, is a continuum. And if we are able to look just at the past 100 years, 150 years, we can see some alignment specifically with the history of Africans in America and with the African continent, right? So one of the reasons why Ghana is such an exciting and appropriate place for this new emerging black renaissance where people want to come back home is because of Ghana's relationship with black America, so to speak. Ghana's first president, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, spent a lot of time in America. And it didn't necessarily, the time he spent there didn't necessarily provide a full foundation for his thoughts on Pan-Africanism, but it increased his capacity. He went to a historically black college and university, Lincoln University. He spent a lot of time, what we call, on the streets of Harlem, listening to orators. So when you look at history, you're going to see an alignment with the civil rights struggle of black people and the African independence movement. When you read history and research on Kwame Nkrumah, you're going to see how his involvement, his conversations with people like Malcolm X, with people like Martin Luther King, with people like Ralph Bunche, Abernathy, and a lot of those other civil rights leaders helped him developed some of his thoughts around democracy and Pan-Africanism. And you see it the other way around too. So it's really, I think, appropriate that Ghana is in this position right now. And I'm saying that to say that now let's go forward to Black Lives Matter. It's a different time and a different movement, but it hasn't stopped. It's just taken on a new position, a new transition. So in the first quarter of the 20th century, you had black people fighting for education, right? Wanting to be educated, wanting to have equal rights. Then we had things like Brown versus Board of Education, separate, not equal, right? Then we go to the 60s and 70s, we had civil rights. Now we're in 2020 and we're saying Black Lives Matter, right? But it's all somewhat of the same struggle. And at the same time, I think we can all accept the ridiculousness of having to fight for human rights, of having to demand to be treated like a human, right? And that's what we all want.
And now the struggle has been digitalized. It's online. We have all these movements online and everything like that. Is it the same for education? Are African Americans taught all these history that you know, which you've read from books? Is that the same thing going on out there?
Well, when you look at formal education and how most people are taught history and where most people get the basis of their information from, it's from public school. If you look at the public school system in the United States, if you look at the public school system in Europe, in Asia, in South America, in Africa, nobody teaches history from an African-centered perspective, or nobody teaches history from an African-empowered perspective. There is no curriculum in the world internationally recognized in any institution, most of them outside of some black history departments and some HBCUs and private institutions, that talk about Africa as a cradle of civilization, that address the stories of African antiquity. We have the ridiculousness of people saying that pyramids in Egypt were built by aliens, right? Nobody talks about the Mali Empire. Nobody talks about the Songhai Empire. Nobody talks about these great African civilizations and how math, science, geometry, and all of these things came out of a very ancient culture, right? So the same in America. Most people who are educated formally, they do not receive an education that talks about the history of African people beyond enslavement. So you start learning about your roots at slavery. You watch the movie Roots. You learn that in 1619, black people, you learn that you were slaves and then you got free, right? And I don't even like to say slaves, I'd rather say enslaved, right? But so that hasn't changed, and I don't think that's going to change. In fact, in my book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, in the education chapter, I talk about that. I talk about that. I think that all education has a fallacy in its foundation until it begins to recognize Africa as the cradle of civilization and starts from the beginning. Right? And it's a fact. It's not my opinion. It's not, you can debate it all you want, but you're not debating me. You're debating time and history.
So with this issue of education, I know for yourself, I mean, your personal life, you had education with the help of your parents. So do you think it's a personal project for parents to teach their children, or they just have to leave it for the educational system to do it?
Well, I think that's a job for parents to decide how they want to raise their children. I'm an empowered parent. My children were raised with the understanding the schools that they attended knew that my children's parents were in charge of their education. And we partnered with the school system, right? Which is a different way of looking at it than putting the responsibility on the educational institution to educate your child. So I believe that parents are ultimately responsible, but I'm not here to indict parents, and I'm not here to indict people who haven't chosen to teach their children certain things. But I do think it is a personal choice, which many African Americans discover in college, right? Most African Americans you meet, that's why when they come to Ghana and they visit the slave castle, they say, we were lied to. I'm just finding out the truth about our history, about our people. And that's because they discovered it when they went to college, when they started reading books in their black history class, in their black literature class. This is when they began to discover a lot of things about black history and African history that they might not have discovered previously. I'm an advocate for facts and honest truth. And if you're honest, then why should we start at 1600 or 1500 when the world and civilizations were thriving for thousands of years before. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So we'll talk about the younger generation and how they're embracing the entire African Renaissance and also their interest in issues of history and their past. After this break, this is the lowdown. Welcome back from the break. My name is Ismail Akwe. This is the lowdown. Our guest, Diallo Sambri, is still here. So, Diallo, we're talking about history, education, and everything around black history. So, the younger generation, we have a lot of young people who get surprised when they get to Ghana and they see all the slave castles and everything else. Then it's like, we never knew this ever was there. We never knew this was the past, this was the history and all of that. Do we still have a lot of younger people interested in taking that journey back to their roots?
We do. One of the things that I think is different about this generation's, the younger generation's interest, is I think the younger generation has an interest of finding out what went on, what happened, embracing it, and then moving forward. And sometimes it feels like the older generation finding out what happened and still sitting there and still resting in it and still pointing the finger, pointing the blame. You did this to us. These people did this to us. You helped them do this to us. And young people are like, okay, they're more or less, I think, embracing all of humanity. It's like, okay, this happened. Now, what do we do to move forward? Right now, how do we move forward? Which is what the next generation is supposed to do. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. When I look at my son, who's 24, his thought pattern and mindset is different than mine. You know what I'm saying? So I think they're doing what they're supposed to do, but I think that because of technology, because of the amount of available information, people are definitely looking at it a little bit differently. But the yearn to get information is still there from where I sit.
Yeah, and also you are also a stakeholder of tourism. And I know you try to get a lot of people to join your birthright journeys and all of that. How is that going? Are you really reaching the people? Do they get you?
You know what? That's actually a great question. Because the point of what we do with Birthright Journeys is not for people to get me. It's for people to get themselves, right? We want to put you in a situation, and we put you in a place for you to be face-to-face with yourself. Because it doesn't help you to get me. That's not going to help you accomplish your mission. That's not going to help you live in your purpose. The way that you live in your purpose is to get yourself. So are you ready to do that internal personal work, right? Where you come to grips with your own past, with your own history, with the history of your people, your family, then figure out what to do with that and how to use it to move forward. So I think in that sense, yes, it's working. I think that people who we've brought here, people who we've helped to curate a certain journey and experience, I think they've gotten that. And many people are beginning to see themselves differently. People have changed their names. Some people have moved. And then some people who never thought that they would visit the continent of Africa and step foot in the soil are also now bringing other people. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it is working. But it's a lifetime work, right? Because I'm not the first to do it and I won't be the last, right? Marcus Garvey started doing it a long time ago when he looked at trying to bring a whole bunch of black people or people of African descent to Africa. So I'm in that line of different people who felt like it was important to help people connect.
Yeah. So now let's bring it down to Ghana where, you know, the stories are here and the stories are in the landmarks, the stories amongst the people, the stories are in books. Is a setup, I mean, up to standard for people to be able to soak in all the history that's around the country?
Well, is the setup up to standard for people who visit?
Who visit, yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the setup is up to standard for people who live in Ghana, who are Ghanaian, to embrace and get the history and culture that's around them. You know, interestingly enough, I'm from D.C., right? There are people in Southeast D.C. who've never been to Northwest D.C. There are people in Northeast D.C. who've never been to Southwest D.C. You get the point. Just like in Ghana, there are people who live in Cape Coast who've never been to Accra. There are people who live in Accra who've never been to Ada. So it's not just a Ghana thing when you start talking about access to information and education. I think that Ghana has done as good a job as it can with the tools that it has over the past few years in terms of making what history that is available to people who come. Can a better job be done? Yes, of course a better job can always be done. But I think there's also a magic in discovering, right? There's a magic in discovering and going through whatever you have to go through to get the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, even if that pot of gold is a painful thing, right? By sitting in the male dungeon in Cape Coast or Elmina slave dungeon, or by walking through the door of no return and hearing the waves crash and imagining what your ancestors went through. So I think there's a value in all of that, but definitely more can be done to make it easier and to make it a more fulfilling experience. That's a part of the reason why I wrote the book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, and that's a part of the reason why my team and I are developing tools that we think can help people have that experience in a more seamless, easier, and fulfilling way.
We'll soon come to the book and the tools, but as an African American, what opportunities do you see in this whole tourism and beyond tourism for Ghanaians who are here? And because you could see it from a different perspective than those who are here, what opportunities have you seen so far?
I met a gentleman at a wedding. He walked up to me and he said, "Excuse me, are you Diallo?" And I said, "Yes." And he's like, "I've been wanting to meet you." And I'm like, "Nice to meet you." And he said, "I just wanted to meet you to say thank you." And I was like, "You're welcome. Like, thank you for what?" And he was like, "Well, I understand you help with the year of return." I said, "Yes." And he said, "Because of you, I'm able to feed my family in a different way than I was able to before. And I'm still able to feed my family based on the relationships that I've made with people who's traveled here for the year of return." That was so fulfilling for me. Like that, and that was the reason for my involvement. Like, now how do we quantify that, right? How do you put that into a data report, right? To show everybody the effect that it has, that's a different story. But it's happening now, right? The effect is happening and it's working for Ghanaians. Again, I know you said we're going to get to the book, but my team and I, we're working on a lot of things that I think will help make that question more apparent and will help be able to bring more opportunities to Ghanaians in a way where they receive the education that they need, they receive the training that they need to be able to compete and work in an international marketplace.
Yeah. So now let's move to some other issues. I've received personally complaints from people who want to return home. Some come in and they can't even do a year. Some 6 months and they're out. You know, they complain about so many things, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of them too. What are some of the complaints I've heard? I don't want to mention mine so that you would say the same thing.
You don't have to. I have my own.
Yeah. What are some of the complaints you've been receiving?
So I'm going to keep referring to my book because this is the reason why I wrote it.
Okay.
In my book, I talk about this. And in it, I say, if you're a complainer, as opposed to somebody who's bringing a solution, stay home. We don't want you here, right? That's a little harsh, right?
Yeah.
It's a little harsh. But it's not for everybody. And it's not America. Ghana's only 60 years old, right? Ghana's still dealing with its own personal effects from colonialism. Ghana's still dealing with how the various tribes and ethnic groups in Ghana are merging their own cultures. Just look at the history of democracy in Ghana and politics. Like, it's very young. It's very young as a nation, as an independent nation. So when you look at it like that, I think Ghana's doing very well. I think other African countries are doing very well. That doesn't mean that it can't improve, but people have challenges because I'm going to put the ownership on people. Do your homework, do your research, buy this book, buy other books, and learn about the culture, learn about the way the country works, how things work. But you can't show up and expect it to be like America, and when it's not, complain. Now, that doesn't mean that, again, things can't improve. That doesn't mean that there are people who will get you. right? That doesn't mean that you sign a business deal and somebody takes your money and run.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you purchase a piece of land that hasn't been sold to 7 other people. But you got to know that that happens here, right? You know what I'm saying? As they say in Ghana, you have to be sharp, right? to get it. But, you know, there's some things that could change on both sides. I'm just really careful not to indict the whole country, right? Because when you do that, it's like, it's not everybody, but it happens the same way in America, right? Yeah. If you walking down the street and you get robbed, it might be a black person. I don't mean all black people bad.
I don't know whether you're sounding like a politician or a diplomat, something like that, diplomatic on this issue.
No,
but you know, I'm sure people will be saying, "Hey, guys, say the problems that we have. Probably there could be some solutions."
There are. So, for example, customer service, right? But customer service comes with the idea that there are international standards, right? Customer service happens at the top and then comes down. People have to want to be educated on customer service, okay? That's the biggest thing in Ghana that people talk about is customer service. One of the reasons, again, why we put this book out is so that there is a guide, so that people can understand, people can have an understanding of how to function in Ghana, how to move around in Ghana. What are some of the things that you need to know? Don't get me started talking about driving, right?
Yeah.
There are some other things that I don't necessarily have all of the data and the information when you start talking about doom so, and you start talking about the power going out. Or, you know, Ghana has its own movement right now of young people who are saying that they want the government to fix the country,
yeah.
right? So there's a lot of things that can improve. But again, when you are the type of person who's focused on solutions, you acknowledge the challenges and then you work on providing the solutions that you can. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't point them out, but I'm just not that guy. Like, I'm just not that guy that's going to sit here and point out all of the things that's wrong so people can be happy that somebody said it, because trust me, I live here. I know what it is, right? But again, if I had to point out one thing, customer service, right? We could start with the Better Business Bureau of Ghana.
Well, I think you're making a very great point, because a lot of concerns have been shared, and as you said, the people have to find solutions. It's better to bring a solution than to discuss the problem, because it's not going to stop until there's a solution.
Exactly.
Yes. And now with Ghanaian passports, you know, Rita Mali got a passport. There was a whole lot of, publicity around it. Are people getting passports, those who intend to stay in Ghana?
So one of the misnomers of the year of return was that Ghana was that you automatically got citizenship.
Yeah.
Or that you were going to be able to receive a Ghanaian passport when you came for the year of return. Wrong. No country can do that, right? Every country has a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You got a constitution. I mean, it takes a minute. Now, the president has the ability to gift at will citizenship at any time through executive order, which is how the two groups of diaspora and Africans got their passports in Ghana. Once with the previous president in 2016, and with the incumbent president, His Excellency Nana Addo, in 2019. I think it was important for him to do that in 2019, which gave the year of return some meaning and feeling beyond the Akwaba.
Yeah.
You are welcome, right? I didn't get my passport as a part of that process. I think I could have if I would have pushed and just kind of bumped. You know, at the time it just wasn't, you know, there are a lot of people who've been here in line longer than I have. So I just made a personal decision at that time that I wasn't going to, that if I did that, I could potentially bump somebody else out. So I didn't do it. And, you know, but I believe personally that, I will look in the camera when I say this, that if the country of Ghana feels that I'm valuable for the country and I bring something, everybody has my number. They have my number at the Flagstaff house. Somebody will call me and say, Diallo, come pick up your passport.
So are people in line waiting to get a passport? Or what's
well, it's not a process. So, I mean, people need to understand what the law says. They need to understand what the right of abode says. They need to understand what it takes to become a citizen of Ghana and any other country. You have to maintain legal residency for a certain number of years.
Okay.
I believe it's 5 years in Ghana, which means every year you got to renew your residency permit. Then after you renew your residency permit, you can apply for a passport of citizenship. That's just the way it is right now. Now, I do know that the country is working on something called the Homeland Return Act, where they are trying to figure out the best way to provide streamlined citizenship to members of the African diaspora who want citizenship, right? So the fact is that right now, Ghana, which is important for people to know, is that Ghana does not offer a streamlined way or path to citizenship, specifically for people of the African diaspora, because you're a descendant of Africa or a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. And for many people, that's what the year of return meant to them.
Yeah.
But nobody ever said that, right? But it's easy, news headlines, you know how the media works. Somebody's going to publish something because you want readers to come. But when you do your research, that's just not the facts, and that's not how it exists right now. I mean, personally, I think that if African leaders were visionaries more than they are, and if they were bold enough, that the African Union, and this is a part of my personal mission in life, that the African Union, specifically in ECOWAS, starting with ECOWAS, and every other country would figure out a way to create a streamlined pathway to citizenship for people of the African diaspora, and really put some energy and effort towards looking at the African diaspora, specifically the African American population that has a $1.3 trillion annual $1 trillion spending, and look at them as aid, right? Look at them as foreign aid. Look at us as a way to develop the country, and put some things in place, man. You know what I'm saying? Provide some opportunities. So, you know, somebody making $150,000 a year in the U.S. could come here and live and do very well, investing in some small businesses, right? Investing in some larger businesses. You got tons of people. You have historically black colleges and universities. There's so many resources that could be available to African countries, right? By creating that pathway to citizenship, because nobody's going to come and just be here if they can't be a citizen and if they can't get the benefits of citizenship. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I mean, there's a lot that can happen. That's why I'm here, to help make it happen.
Exactly. And that's why we have the book. And we have other tools that you're putting together. So what are some of the tools besides the book that you're putting together to help people who repatriate here or who have plans of getting citizenship or living in Ghana?
Well, I think the first start is educating people, right? And sometimes you got to spoon feed people, or as they say, every parent knows when your child is sick. Sometimes you can't just give them the medicine. You got to put the medicine in the applesauce. So part of what we're doing is slowly but surely. First thing we had to do was help people see that Africa is accessible, right? We had to shorten the distance. We had to move Africa from your bucket list to your to-do list, right? Because most people, if I happen to go to Africa one day in my life before I die, I'll go. That's your bucket list. As opposed to, I'm planning to go to Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, or South Africa next year, and I'm budgeting for it. So we've done that. It's on people's to-do list. Now what we have to do is educate people who are interested in moving, living, doing business, how that works. What do you do? And a part of the way that we do that is training, learnings, being able to collaborate and present viable, vetted opportunities for people who are interested in doing that. And I have a few projects that I'm working on in Ghana personally that I think will help people see that, some in agriculture, some in real estate, and some in, again, training and entrepreneurship.
And this for Ghanaians?
It can be for Ghanaians or anybody, honestly. It can be for Ghanaians and anybody. But one of the things that we are looking at doing is in bringing business owners and entrepreneurs to Ghana, we want to pre-match, pre-set up, and pair them with Ghanaian entrepreneurs, right?
Okay.
And we want to make sure that Ghanaian entrepreneurs and people who are prepared and ready can have some of those same opportunities to figure out how to collaborate. But don't get it twisted. Nobody should get it twisted. You got to go where the money is and bring the money, right? Because we could train a whole bunch of people in Ghana about what to do, how to do, but then what happens after you've gotten that training and then for the next 6 to 9 months? Look at all of the young people here who go through national service. What happens after they do a year of national service? Are there jobs available? Are there opportunities available for them to actually use what they learn? So then what happens? It sits, it rots, it gets stale.
Yeah.
Look at me and you. if you don't do this every day, if you and your team don't do this every day, work on the media, look at different ways to innovate what you do, how you do, what happens? GhanaWeb won't be #1. Why are you #1? Because every day you're working on it, right?
Yeah.
That's the same for everybody else. So we got to kind of look at it that way. Like, it really requires that work, and it requires opportunity. So we're helping to bring some opportunity.
Exactly. We're helping to bring some opportunities, and we'll be back and talk about beyond the return. And we want to see what the Adinkra Group and Diallo, what you're doing with beyond the return as well. We'll be back. This is a lowdown. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are speaking with Diallo Sambri on a number of issues, including the Diaspora Return, the Adinkra Group, your book, and everything else around the African and African-American connection. So beyond the return, the president says there is that after the year of return. And I don't even want to talk about what the president says or what the government has planned. I want to talk about what you have planned. So beyond the return, how are you taking advantage of that to meet your goals and achieve all your objectives?
Well, first of all, I think, let me just say that I'm really proud of you and GhanaWeb for you all doing this interview, finding it important enough to talk about that, right? To talk about the transatlantic slave trade, to talk about this day and how it's connected, because everything is connected, and most things don't happen in a vacuum, including this. Most people know that Beyond the Return was launched immediately after the year of return. Because of its resounding success, it made sense for the government of Ghana to put something in place. So the Beyond the Return is a program, a 10-year initiative with 7 pillars. Forgive me, I don't know the names of all 7 pillars off the top right now. But Experience Ghana, Invest in Ghana, and other items and themes that make sense for the diaspora in Ghana. Recently, I think you've also seen where the president, they reorganized the Beyond the Return committee, and they have a new steering committee. Yeah. I'm not on that steering committee personally, but again, I have a healthy relationship, I believe, with the Ghanaian government, Ghana Tourism Authority, Diaspora Affairs. So personally, one of the things that we are doing is we are looking at how now to create community in Ghana. Right? So you had a lot of people traveling in and out. You had some people coming once, twice, 3 times and going in and out. You have some people moving. So now you have this large community that's here in Ghana. Some people are here. You got people in Cape Coast. You got people in Kumasi. You got people in Ada. Right? You got people in La Paz. You got people in Jolu. You got people in Prom Prom. Yeah. So you have all of these different aspects of community here. But now the question is, how do we really create community, right? How do we create a sustaining community in Ghana that serves as a foundation and the entry point for individuals who are coming, for people who are coming and wanting to stay, for people who are coming and wanting to find out more information about how things really happen on the ground? There are a number of groups and organizations that are doing that. So a part of our focus is, what does it look like and how do we serve as leaders in creating this community? We have a number of projects that we are also working on. Most people, if they follow me or if when you read in the book as well, I was installed in a small town called Yame-Bechere in the eastern region in Akwa Ibom.
Yourself?
Myself.
Okay.
As in Nkosi Ohene. And that was simply because people saw me doing a lot already. So right now we have a partnership with the Cocoa Board in the Nankase Cocoa District. We've been able to help 75 to 100 farmers get employed. They are employed working on their farm. We are rehabilitating right now about 600 acres of cocoa with the capacity of 3,000 acres, and we're bringing investors in for that. So that is changing a community, right? So how do we build community? How do we help the communities that we work with in Ghana develop and build itself from the inside out? And then how do we bring a community of people together? And when I say the diaspora, I'm not just talking about America, Caribbean, U.S., London. You know, that's the beautiful thing about Ghana. I tell all my friends that, I'm like, I could be at a table. It's 2 people from London, 1 person from Spain, 1 person from Dubai, one person from Turkey, all black people to an extent or whatever, or not, but all of these different experiences. You don't get that on the average at a Chick-fil-A in Houston. You're just not going to have. Why? Because everybody's here for a purpose, right? Everybody's here for a reason, whether they're on holiday, whether they're at a meeting, whether they're mother or dad, whether they moved there. So you really get a universal perspective on everything. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Ghana. So how do we take that and turn it into a community that you actually do a feature on? Say, hey, let's come look at this Adinkra community, for example, and see what's happening. Let's look at all the beautiful things that all of these people that's a part of this community is doing and how it's serving Ghana and how it's serving individuals who want to come in.
So if you say community, you mean bringing people together and all their strength and everything to build the entire plan for the beyond the return, have people invest in the country.
Well, so let's be clear and let's separate the idea of the Beyond the Return program, right, under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism and the Office of the President. Let's separate that from those individuals and groups who collectively understand what Beyond the Return is for themselves, right? There's two separate things. So I could say I'm working on Beyond the Return, but it not necessarily be directly associated with what they're doing. So let's just look at Beyond the Return as a concept. There are people who've been working on this idea of the year of return and black repatriation or relocation or however you want to look at it for years, 30 years. There are people who moved here. The African American Association of Ghana was started 30 years ago. People, you know what I'm saying? So it's been happening for a long time. The question is, what can you do different? How can you innovate? How can you help to expand the impact of it?
So what have you started with currently? And the issue about the Nkoswahini title you have and all the bringing of investors and all that, that's a great topic. We'll talk about that also soon, because I'm very interested in that, and I know that our audience are also interested in that aspect of it.
I'll promise you something. I'll do that interview with you, but you have to come to my village. If you come to my village and we do it there,
invitation accepted. Perfect. Invitation accepted. We'll come there and then we'll see the things that we're doing with the farmers and
you get to meet the community and everything. Because to sit here and talk about it is one thing, but to show your audience and listeners on the ground and to talk to the people in your local language and ask them, then it's not me saying it. The proof is in the pudding.
And that's also part of building a community.
Exactly.
So it's the same as building a diaspora community in Ghana.
Exactly.
Okay.
So many different parts of it.
So how many people would you say we have in the country that make up the diaspora community that's living here now?
Gathering data is a problem here, or finding out a reliable source for data. So I would love to be able to go to a single source and find that out. Now I know what's required to do that. Is it happening? I don't know. I can't say. That's not my job. And you can't try to do everything. You can't be focused on everything. But one of the things that I do know is 3 years ago, Ghana had the most African Americans or Africans of the diaspora living in country than any other African country, right? And I believe that's the same. Even though you don't see it in droves, right? There are a lot of people moving here. There's still a lot of people coming here. It's a little bit different than the year of return because you don't see all of the airport parades and welcome-ins and drummers and dancers in large groups. Like in the year of return, 2 or 3 times during the year, we brought groups of over 75 to 100 at once. Now, when you see that, wow, you see a lot of people. But you don't see those groups of 3, 5, 7, 12 that's coming all of the time. You don't see those 2 or 3 people that come here quietly, move, buy a house, buy some land, start a business, and just stick to themselves. So a part of creating that community that we talked about is being able to create a safe space where people feel comfortable providing some data and telling you a little bit about themselves so that at some point we can go to the Flagstaff House and present our own annual census of diasporans in Ghana, right? That's because that's ideally what we want. Ideally what we need to do and what our responsibility is to be able to show who we are, how we got here, what our impact is, and ultimately what percentage of the GDP are we contributing to in the country.
So far, the Adinkra group, do you have any data yourself? Are you collecting data or you're not?
We're collecting data based on the people who we've brought here.
Yeah. And do you have any idea how much?
I couldn't tell you right now. I know 2019 we brought about 1,000 people here.
Okay.
Now, in terms of what percentage of those people have returned, what percentage of those people have invested, started businesses and things like that, I couldn't tell you that right now. But the more I come back and the more we talk and the more we increase our relationship, we'll be able to share more of that information and leverage and use your platform for people to understand what it is that we're doing so that they can feel comfortable to send that information into us.
Exactly. So now let's move to the book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide.
Yes, sir.
Written by you. Can I pick this one?
Sure.
Okay. So you can see there's a beautiful picture of you there in a camouflage. And tell us something about the book.
Okay, well, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide is exactly what it says. It's a smart guide because we use dynamic QR codes interspersed throughout the book. There are about 106 QR codes interspersed throughout the book in every chapter, where if you read the book with your phone, you're able to scan these QR codes and connect you to content aligned with the particular paragraph or chapter that you're reading. There are 20 chapters in the book. One of the things that I'm most proud about this book is, while I'm the primary author, I have 8 guest contributors. So what I did is I went to people that I know in real life, people that I rock with in real life, people who I have their phone number, have conversations with, who may not necessarily be the biggest name or the biggest YouTube star, but who I know are on the ground active, and I asked them to contribute their thoughts and opinions to a specific chapter, right? Why? Because it's very important that in my position, I'm able to elevate other people's voices, right? So when you start talking about building a community, this book in and of itself is an example of what building a community looks like, right? I've given other people an opportunity to express how they feel about repatriation, how they feel about living in Ghana, and share it with the world. And then I'm connecting readers to them directly, right? So it's not like you ain't all got to come to me, number one, because I can't deal with all y'all, right? Because our people are special people.
And you know, a larger part of those who contributed to the book, as you said, they're also Ghanaians. A larger part of them.
Some of them are Ghanaians, yes.
Yeah.
Ghanaians who either were born and raised in Ghana, many of them schooled outside of Ghana and came back. And then there are also a few from London and people who, we also have Mr. Kwesi Adjaman, CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority. He wrote the foreword. Mr. Kwesi Awu-Ababio, Director of Diaspora Affairs in the Office of the President. He wrote the preface for the book, so I'm grateful for their contributions, which help people to see it's real, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, it was, you know. And when people read this book, you can see that, you know, sometimes I have to tell people I do not work for the Ghanaian government. I'm not employed by the Ghanaian government. I wasn't employed in 2019. I'm a fully independent whole person.
And I think you had a lot of backlash for that, because people thought you were working for Ghana as a tourism ambassador.
Right, but as a tourism ambassador, right, it's still a partnership.
Yeah.
It's still a partnership with the country. You gave me a title for something that I was already doing, right? You didn't bring me here and invite me here to do this. It just made sense for me to be that because I already proved that I was doing the work for that. So I think that this book, again, is an example of community, and we've been having great reviews. Like, a lot of people have been asking for the book more. Currently, it's only available directly through my website, but we're about to put it on Amazon and etc. We really wanted to put it in a small number of people's hands first and get some feedback, get some comments. People are really appreciative of the book. They say it's generous. They say it's real. It's a little funny. I have a small sense of humor.
You know, page 169, it says managing traffic, business and investment. That's quite important.
In the title, right?
Yeah.
So even in that, so the name of the title of the chapters gives it, so for me, doing business and investment in Ghana is like driving in Ghana.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I like driving in Ghana. It keeps me sharp.
What about honorable and you, the government?
Right, because everybody here is an honorable. So what does that mean? Young people always talk about how they deal with their elders in the government and in their homes. And sometimes, because of the cultural difference, you can't always express yourself fully or have a difference of opinion because it's seen as disrespectful. You know that. People here know that. But, you know, when you get here and you understand honorable, then you have to learn how to maneuver inside of the social and the political space. So, you know, a lot of this is some of my personal experiences and things that I've seen to be true. It's our first piece of work. It's my first book. You know, we're proud of it, but there's more coming.
Of course. And then finally, all black people look alike. And I don't think that's the case in Ghana, because whenever we see somebody who is not from here, you know.
What's the rest of that title?
Okay, so the rest of it says ethnicity and language.
So, all black people look alike, ethnicity and language. So some of that is humor.
Yeah.
So it's humor and some of it is serious. For example, a lot of the violence that's happening in the United States and a lot of the police brutality that's happening in the United States is because of mistaken identity. There was a robbery. Black man, 6 foot, with blue jeans on and a white t-shirt. How many black men, in a baseball cap on backwards, how many black men do you think that is on an average day on a DC street? Thousands, right? So when you think about it, I'm saying all black people look alike, but do we really, right? And then when we talk about ethnicity and language, the point of it is, are we all one people? What is the differences between our cultures? Better yet, what is the similarities, right? Most people who come to Ghana are not going to do that in-depth research to find out the migrations that happen, the relationship between the Ga and the Ashanti, the relationship where the Volta region is, right? Togo, right? The Fanti. Most people are not going to go up north. Most people are not going to look at the fact that Ghana on the north borders Burkina Faso, right? And then what is the relationship across those two borders when it comes to weaving and the history of weaving? There's a lot, because it's a rich, 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 rich in-depth history. So that particular chapter is about ethnicity and language. And I have a guest author who has his opinion, right? The other beautiful thing is I don't agree with everything that all of my guest contributors say in their chapters. So you'll see some disagreements, but that's life. It's a varied experience, and it's important for us to be able to disagree, but still work together.
Yeah.
Have different opinions, but still work together. So much, you know, there's a proverb that says if everybody's thinking alike, nobody's thinking, right? So, yeah, I could talk about this all day though, because I wrote it in real life.
So how do we get one of these books to buy?
So easily enough, you could go to my website, theadinkagroup.com. TheAdinkaGroup.com will take you directly, and it could be ordered. Even in Ghana, you could order it. Okay. I do have some books in Ghana. Probably in the next week or two, as a matter of fact, I'll share it so that GhanaWeb can put it out, where there'll be a list of locations where you can buy the book in Ghana. And I'm hoping to have a Ghanaian printer, because right now it was printed by Black Classic Press, which is a black-owned company out of Baltimore, Maryland. But we will also print them in Ghana and make them available.
Okay. So any final words before we end the show today?
I'm sorry. I'm laughing because my mind, yo, sometimes some of the things that come into my mind I can't say out loud. So that's what just happened. That's between me and God.
But we hope it's a good thing.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. But that's between me and God. Well, I mean, thank you so much. You know, I would say that I would give people some advice. Right?
Yeah.
This is for Ghanaians, and this is for diasporans coming into the country. One of the most important things that I found in Ghana is relationships. I believe that relationships are probably the most valuable currency you can have here. You and I met some years ago. We don't talk often, right? We don't go out to dinner, right? We don't play billiards together. I'm just, in real life, right? We're not, but you knew you could call me.
Yeah.
And say, I want to talk about this, and you knew that I would respond, whether I would say yes or no, but I would respond immediately. So, you know, don't put the transaction before the relationship. Take your time and get to know people. And then the other thing that I would say is for people to really understand that friendship is essential to what's happening in the world, and do I take the vaccine? Don't I take the vaccine? Is the tourism industry going to pick up? You know, what percentage of the GDP is Ghana's debt? All of these things are on people's mind, right? How do I get my kids? How do I get out of this situation? You know, keep the faith and engage your core. You keep pushing, keep working. You can't give up, right? You'll never know if you stop. So you got to keep pushing.
Keep pushing. That's what Diallo Sambre is saying, and this is the lowdown. Diallo, thank you very much for coming, and thank you for giving us this informative episode of this program. And I'm sure we're going to talk again, and we're going to visit Nyame Betre to see what you're doing there with the people in the community.
Everybody's invited to Nyame Betre. I promise you, we have the best contumely in all of Ghana. Okay, you understand?
Thank you very much, Nkoso Hene of Nyame Betre.
Yo, thank you.
So we'll have this discussion again another time. This is the lowdown. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Having been subjected to public ridicule and backlash following her I'm Not Broke comment, which was passed about a year ago, actress Beverly Afaglo, who was recently rendered homeless after the fire outbreak consumed her home, stops all donations intended to assist her. Who lost? Who benefited from the Amrado Obibini beef? We table this for a riveting discussion on this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And the man who recently got married, you see, I mean, in this building right now, we have two people who got married there. Ben is DNA fresh. Romeo DNA, he said that fresh kakre, but on this table, you know, he's the odd one out. Why honeymoon? The last time we spoke, now. You know the interesting thing, I sent him a message. You say, oh Charlie, me try to move. Oh Maka, me, when you're gentle, Charlie, congrats. Oh, Jai. You see, there might be a say, you represent all of us. You understand? So when you are able to hit the nail on the head, I say two champagne, man. Charlie, I'm a drink. Now I hear you saying.
Oh, no, I said, I just said difference. When did I move?
It means that when you are going home, make sure that you have some timber be reserved for your Fiediani. That's our Subeshi. McDonald Nana sorry, aka Romeo. He's a columnist and Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's a married man, so he's off the market. Califa ring in a check man or a fetch.
About him, a do some.
I saw him fan show us and now you do some.
A man so will say, Meduba for lunch. Nay, they marked the Nama Woody and I'm into for our area.
Nane already working Nane 18 is with oneplayafrica.com or no meneno the same soup. It is a room you ever family car. Also, why is here now? This is a boys no me no my underground. I mean,
say me home James my nephews.
Okay.
I also don't talk what.
Say I'm here content. Come and see what
online. Charlie. Right, Amabroni is on standby with Nkomo Honene. Atadena I said ni penny them.
Now what tree my son so atrimitibium. One me by adwins entertainment industry dey sem bebre akoso. Amabroni ma be dey from Genesis to Revelations. Near course so afa wasuma wanti hu nchiremu. Ma be dey na ma bant. Ma yen try hu sesi a na yen fa nkoma wo ho no embesom. Ene hina na eko mama yemfa eye nwumtuni Sydney very much Sydney enhyase odin sem bia betudwa we de nya ona moni Africa moni no kan o twemo ono de onje onyakopondi na so ne ba Jesus Christ ono na ojeni de obi besem se nchiremu ne kosi sen Sydney twema Jesus Christ ono no oba wiase ha bewu je nkrofo nkwa nti se gidi bi baba mpo a no obeka so oji bibidia eye Jesus Christ no ojeni di na eye ne papa waka say God the Father the Son and the Holy Spirit na God we so ti ne nsani fa so ho baby o se de bi onu de onje ndi sa God no onje ndi but Jesus Christ o de Jesus Christ ama wo se wo de wani di aya nkomo na watwi bia nkomo se na me de brem a be wo sa aya kofo bi wo ha na watwi bia won di mpiem eye Empress Gift ni din so asanso apie na watwi list mu Gift na din sem bia beto jo chema gospel musicians am wo krom ha Ghana ha ye ka mo ye hypocrite mo sorry am say secular music phone wa wo bo secular songs no won sha dance sum na me ne ade ebenum kwampo de abeto dwa se wo ye numtuni gospel musician na se wo ni secular artist funu ye nwoma ene de emfa kwan so kora nyanya nyesa na nkopon kai Bible no enyesa nti wo se mo fa mo ho frafra eye wiasefo no eye Empress ochema ono de eye mo mo secular songs no bebre ye ne nanfofo obetumi ni wa ye adwuma ne nwom susu otie bi fine nti mamo nka se mo na gospel for mo na musum na mechen eye secular music o se ade de munja na mo ye hypocrite ankasa se na wotwe na me be chere mu se bi koso eye amrado no bibini wodi asie ni ananka mo amohwe anim se anka amrado be drop this track bi amo bibini mama hu se amfasa akwan no so sa line de mpm na eye bibini interview bi okoi na ode ne top rappers e wo krom ha tudwa na makofo hwe se o ka rappers o krom ha de na amfasa akode anka wo de e na se wa san kokometi ho abopo e na o che se onu no ankasa na nipem o se akode enka ne top 5 e bia okeka na ka ekọ 10 ho be bia na ode ne be shim nkofo chema ase obibini ahomaso kakra bi eya aba ho saa o se nipa antena wiase nyesa eya bulldog na no atonsemi o chema asem no obibini kan de enfa kwan mu wu kra sakode ni wa yenwum we feature ma yenwum collabo fine na afa de aba na wo kase onka wo top rappers o se rappers na wo bo won dis mo ye top 5 o mo kra ene na obetumi akọ interview wo kra wo mbo din kan nti sa de aya munja onipa no obo homode nti bra ho ase Nation ways na enche bia no so be one of the best rappers na ma homa so mba ho na nka se sakode en kan rappers so asem na wo kan de one kan ye kra Semwa we be to just say eye Beverly Afaglo Ghanaian actress eja Tony Fin just say pants cry we nya bianfa bibia hyewe na nsem yi ba na amafo keka won sa asaka kra na wo se wo ye nemboa Yvonne Nelson any Chase and singer Chase omu raise eye GoFundMe account bi man na just anka wo se $20,000 we raise abwan se na be betumi de atwa ne ho kakra na nkomo yi bei Beverly management cried the mobile money number be betu biase one person moye nemboa cause na wo se how we receive calls since asem ya to yenwie then e betumi aya aboa no nti based on reaction feedback na wonya na wo so okay ne ye the same number yi betu dwa aya ne say ye boa sister na fede nkofo afechi say sister you cry video be betu just some time ago be na okase I am not broke, I work hard for my money na mu use against no sister iti e de awerho ne sa tete ne sa kasa na mu kasa twun wo se mayawo na me bia kane ni kunu ni extended family ase Ghana father na mu yesa asema to this is the time anko hia mu mboan afede binum say video no ye ni nti also owoska when inherit properties for ni late that nti sa scan mu ye fa ho ka wo san ka won first scan kwan ko boa won wo go hospitals baby we say eye make bia munjai se sie die waka chebo Nelson say eye go fund me account no won twem won seize mobile money ni so management be to dwan o say eye on pebim mo am discuss and this so on fentwa no kakro so odamase but scan die on pebim baby ye video bi e wo ko Instagram live sister yi kwan podi che say wobo worship pa won say why basa nani ase no sunya no say eye ma ye bi ejai nti baby chema on pesca ni biom asanso the two just so makaka mo say alright but so o hwese na nenya manyi na ehwe bra wa bonyi na ne nyama ehwe e mo say scan entumi boa na enya ne nyama nyina but odamase na asem yi bai na eye baby so person o take opportunity no explain this video na nkofo use against no o chema last year ho baby and oko interview bi na presenter ni chema nsem otete won for memu say o wo sam papa bi e wo land on sponsor no ni plane ticket na your tomorrow say Hassan be na working oba ware for to say me me ye medwuma me kwabade I don't know to me ka say oba me bi na attitude scam o say asem na muka na it was an attack against their marriage and ntu no so dey ahomete e ba e be catch him say she's not broke, she works hard for her money in the end asem aba na mugina asem no so na mo dey akeka sister ye nim so say dey ye mark ye bi eja say dey opese on na ebusu wonya asumdwe nti Ghana fo mo am keka mo sase na ye but onje donations ni biom man for sa akodi obede pombe de wakasa ochema akom ha se ubakasa o we de oye top celebrity oko baby ankofo nim no sa akodi de just enya Ghana ha kwa oko outsider de bia ne waka ne se Ghana rapper sa akodi we je ni di ankasa and some of the abetu drive recent interview on One Play Africa ochema fame no or enjoy ochema ono person ko living normal life say obia o to meet control the kakra on social media because o yes akodi nti na nkofo afa na won generalizing to me living normal life anko bi kan ni pema kan ka obeya Michael but sa akodi e de won say boss akadua na won say o ye celebrity but ochema fame no o enjoy crap yet one common so na watwe mu beka ya me sure say na bibi koso amrado bibini uko other side so na abna kokon A+ na koso de dending say de ejabo say de wosi one settle one difference na one boom picture bi be to via watwe ma abna kokon na kosa A+ was so no caption say de peace is prevailing nti na nkan tokon na wom na etu atwa wo beka nsem na koso ma wo be yes a won peace asem yi A+ na o say abna kokon ho asem so tutu bi man okwo ni page aka say na anybody I say improper fraction did be me ma gay yi ni ade o chema person o discipline na next time o kan kofun sama ono no kwa me A+ wan bo ni din wom asem o kokan na kofo chema plus size wa kasefo kakra wo krom ha say wakasa etia wo A+ so ba aso be ka so say asem na o kan ni dey say na body shemi mo ye kese wo krom ha dey mo fa change say dey asem na ekoso wo A+ any abna kokonde ye dey hakogu mami mbisa wo aya ware dodo na wafeni se polygamy ba brofuma woni je ho na se wo se wo de so wo ware obi ankwa na pese wo tena na wo timu de aya Dr. Kweku Otin, CEO of Angel Group of Companies so de se bia betudwa ono no mama fuche ma wo yiri mu abiesa binim se do so sa ba ne enim ni se ye biesa na yenim o chema nhira wom because ebi wo ho no ma wa ware o akofa side check ne side check be ya ne wo kan crown to me nkan ne nyina na ne yiri tifie na so no de ni pem ono so ye Christian you alright but o hwe Bible ni ma baby enu an wa cho say obarima de so ware obia ba ko nti ono de ni botayo de se news so obaware mnya bebre no ewo eye ne kwan mu akos enhira wom kos ofo obia na wo hwe ne ba ni nyina yankopon abode na wo hwe so nti sa de ne de wo ya yankopon so ebe hira nti o kire ma mo a mo ware a mo say 1:1 na mo wie mo san so kofa side check ne sa nyama anka be yanka mo ware dodo no kra anka be bom nti mo njai sa dimana mo kana se obi a ware dodo a mo ka se we de enya kwan mu emfa Bible mo se sa de ne de enyampa If you ask me, say I want to, yes, I do. I'm back on you and I'm two rooms and you said I need to work on it. Young fountain chain. Back on and I watch here on a Nikunu. I Toby, while named Toby Sunny, the Nigerian husband. One celebrating almost third wedding anniversary. Now, Becca make you post, but your man, you look at you so for the anniversary, no person called Shana or Nigeria. It's a come home and parking in Yamabeka, so parking in Yamako do airport. One handing over a ticket to Paris. You know, she said, Nangasanka Nigeria na wako pimu wa Paris or chema ni kunu on enough fan near member bremu. But the Yanko wants to say, Senaka Wama won, I'm a 1 year, a third year in marriage. On can find Uncle one Nanka 100 years in marriage. Sana Becca Essie. If you are not going to use of a big amount for, hey, Nanko Sofan can wash our soft for Tarade. Nanka mo friend Fiano de Anke fan who bang. So, do we need the social media? Who was when we say video be betuja. What you may a priest be our a St. Monica's College of Education. I don't know what say Mufrebia Yadin Tianko Basso. And come up Basso and come on what's Nasia Fede. Mufreya Wajina or teacher trainees. What she won't know smart near the puppet in my minchros and an echo. So for years at I not in a green crowd in a puppet to know a fragile back home. Or by no way you know smart, no way you know so. Hey, yeah, but I'm afraid I will hear teacher trainees will board your soon tea money at it. Or been a video and a video able to Jan and say, because of the account maybe I say yes, sir. Bible Nimu, a woman say people also say kiss each other with the holy kiss. They say they want to a year priest in the crowd say holy kissed priest. Now, as some year I quite buy a month for the one to they say the school no St. Monica's one saki a year priesty or none of us answers no or your school new lawyer. As something don't comfort my own tray. No kissing, but who crumpled the last girl. O mani yi no so na sister kan ni nje hu ne ade to twene hu ne ade o so na no feel na no chese ne na nyina ga yi ma so na won se we de wan anya ade ko be po akase won kire no na ye wo ha ne ne etie me kanya me ade a che prophet eye Kofi Odro ono so de na no a che mo che ma Christopher we de ma mon kata so kra na we de eye tan kra ye niwu nti o che ma osofo ne senka wo arrest no na wo ma emra no anidi
aso from penifo na de impression kwa na aba papa so for ayase ya wetimi ejina sorry dem fifi girls one tia ni aganya me adwenjira ma tia wen man kanyam kwase ade a abai obi sha so for tade etimi di jimi sei lanu kwase dan kwa na make our F5 service say aso tade no yemfa nyimi tie de make no we ne nyame mfre wa akote gotem
osofo kum church and so akebi ordinary no atumoche sa de na ye priest ye so unmatured eni wa sembe na oye o se ntwamra kwa mu kra ofo bebre de wan no atutum African Education Watch just say GS kwa wo se monkebi cause ye COVID-19 time kwafo she no smart na to make us obi yi anu ya do ball wan no na kwa do ball no bo ekwa bako ebiesa ada na wo yesa jama fuche ma osofo na wo ye die ntwe ye kra na nkwanso ada na wo kisi sa hefa na wa atwa Bible na wo se no ye yi holy kiss na ye Bible ne kana na se we de wo se osofo na nkasa na mpese anka ode tew ne hot so kakra wo se na wo twen nsem no komo na ekoi ne jama boaboa no amede abesom ama broni da se ne mehiem ti abrantipa onu wa bedwafo munsom na monto asomaye.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the tidbits, we call it in Komo. For more of these, visit our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me begin with Romeo and see the stories that you would want to start with.
There are myriad of them, and then they're catching my attention concerning Empress Gifty issue making about the hypocrisy of gospel artists. It's an undeniable fact that the kind of industry we have known in terms of gospel industry, and your experiences is here in the past, because first, what gospel songs are, the inspiration, it was packed with but this year it's coupled with a kutia as a fashion avenue for display. Be actually an attire, makeup, trimming, and a whole lot. Just a handful of people and a proper gospel in recent times. To the level of hypocrisy in the the reason why I'm backing this comment is Abrante Obekai and Chebi a cowboy, a church boy, or a high life, a talent and a gift, a generational way. A cowboy is practically a virtuoso, a inheritance. Yeah. And our boy church and I was saying nipa didi. No sure this is our skill way so until the blend. Akwabone efia ko picture obi gospel way so na gospel holier than thou group be sorry say and like that kind of criticism. It tells you say Christo nankasa pedodo ofa wo mo asebi wo mo nsem fata a eni da so bi eni so edi adwuma. So these people are even churning out or supporting good news to churn out good news. What is your beef? What you say? The selfishness and greed in the gospel industry, share previously Tego sisters, daughters, Amy Newman. The list goes on and on. Like those era, you felt say. And Chebia, one of the shows, Nanama McBrown show, or hosting a legendary gospel artist. Merigansa mu kra ache. But you realize the aura even within that program, time those old women, share now share even their experience and their songs, It was felt. See, these are people who lived what they were preaching. See how you wouldn't know the difference between a gospel video and a secular video.
But we are the same people who had been backlashing themselves. Way back, it was
flower.
Yes. So even now, they are making it look more.
People have had modernized video. I'm just saying, like you can have your video, it's cool. But I'm telling you, these same people who are criticizing people for featuring secular artists dressed even worse than the secular artists. That is the angle from which I'm coming from.
Okay.
I feel the hypocrisy there. Honestly speaking, people, some people have the voice, but I don't think they have the anointing for gospel. And they take advantage of it because they are secular. No, until break it through. Until the maminya gospel ni bisa. No, I am But gospel comes with a lifestyle. They say the hip hop, I want a lifestyle. What did I make an say? It comes with some kind of language bragging, and it dovetails into how people felt Obibini was bragging. Say Ufi. That is the kind of lifestyle hip hop and rap ediba. It's meant to raise your status and lower that of those of others. It is Obi gospeler. I have a lifestyle of a hip hop person, but I'm a gospel artist. This guy, a friend is saying, this.
No, but that's in our jurisdiction.
Yeah, within our jurisdiction.
Okay, because
somebody is a gospel artist.
That when you go to the
exactly
in America,
cool. We don't have a problem, but
they dress like the hip hop.
So if you feel it has nothing to do with your outfit, but what you churn out, then stop criticizing people for what they wear.
Okay, Nana. Then help.
I mean, I think one play he released 4-part series, episode 1 with Zach, and he made a certain comment that he would have loved to be famous. He would have loved to have his music and still be Michael. Fame is something that if you don't take time, and maybe I wouldn't want to use the word prepared, but if you don't take time, it can swallow you. Because most of the time, I've seen artists elsewhere who have managed their fame by just trying to be themselves. I mean, in so many names. Some of them ride bicycles in New York. You know, artists who are popular. I mean, the J. Coles, they ride bicycle. And they go to their favorite supermarket to go and shop and not put a lot of, noise or pressure on themselves. And I think mostly it's also because of how people see you. I remember 2 days ago, I was in La Paz trying to buy a chair. And the woman asked me, "Oh, the quiet," and I'm so, "Yeah, the quiet TV show now." I was to show me, and I showed him Sarkodie's, the bowl. I was like, "Oh, that's Sarkodie." And I'm going to say, "Nama, who named Sarkodie?" I said, "Oh, yeah, my name is Paul, but you know, everybody." You know, in as much as artists want to be themselves, fans will not allow them to be themselves. And I know that for what he's saying, a lot of artists are going through it, but they can't come out and say it. Obuaha, he's going through a lot as an artist, as a star. So sometimes in the car, correct me, I say, but to even come out and pick even a taxi, it's a problem because he's a star. You know, so we have to try. If you're an upcoming artist or an emerging artist and you want to be famous desperately, you have to. Some of these things are things that help you to know what you're getting yourself into. Because sometimes if you pick an Uber and you talk and the Uber driver will say, ask my 2 boys of baby that. No, I can say on your one.
Now, guy, when we were on campus, I'll be quite good go and a blind guy heard my voice. So he turned and was like,
I think I know that guy.
You know that guy?
I mean,
boss, sorry, you be Abranti. I said yes. So say, so I've been hearing your voice on radio and all of that. Oh, now then a business, massa, you can't cry, you could do.
Cabins, that's what garnish it.
I mean, in a nutshell, I feel that artists should prepare them. You can be an artist and be normal. I've said this to people a lot of times. You determine what pressure society gives you as a human being, whether you are famous or not. Yes, you may go out by you won't good line to watch it. Could bank crown and you free line because it's out of reverence for what you do. But if you think that you want to be normal and they want to skip you out of the line, I mean, it's just nice. Like what you do is just say, messing with the line, you know, so that people don't feel like somebody around.
Let's take a break. When we return, there are two main issues that we've tabled for discussion: Beverly Afaglo and then Amrado Obibini. We want to find out who benefited from the Amrado Obibini beef, and also Omabo brackets, and then we'll talk about the donations that they say Sobia and Fanisika and Bribra Mama Niema Niafino Bia Bia Timbia. Stay with us, it's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. So last week it was Amrado and Obibini, each of them trying to justify why they deserve the crown, best rapper. Well, you know the background. In case you don't, Amrado went to Tim Westwood, said in his rap that Akwaba friend Muso Yudini, boy Nabutre, you know, catch there. And we know for the past 2 years, Obibini has been calling himself Rap Udini. So he felt that this was a jab. Obibini releases a song titled Deceased. Amrado comes back with The Throne. Then Obibini comes back again. He hits with Carcass. Amrado is quiet. He says there is no way he's going to continue. Obibini say, hey, oh boy, then Obibini came back with Udinis. That's so 3 against 1. Some are not happy that Amrado did not continue with the beef. In fact, we had that discussion last week. Nanea was saying that he knew Amrado was not going to reply, and that maybe I'll be reply crana or the be 2 stray bullets in the the 4 minutes to was a long, a lengthy song. So Uchim crana ne Obibini the Deceased and the Carcass no offer any reply. So Obibini has been embarking on media tour. In fact, I'm yet to find any radio station that hasn't, or TV station that hasn't interviewed Obibini. But Amrado is quiet. Obia Luso and Romeo.
Abranti. I think Obibini has always been a sleeping giant. There are people, even in sports, talented people who never enjoyed from their talents in terms of the profile. Just like some rappers, Obi said Gemini. Gemini is the issue when we talk about rap. But Gemini is not out there. But when you step on his toes, he will prove to you that when it has to do with the rap arena, he is one of the gods. What's the make I say? Now, throwing a shot at any rapper, definitely he will reply. Obibini might not be active. Amrado, maybe like the concepts now when I'm saying the man Crawford, who not up and coming. And Obibini xylophone assigning no Juma or I said no I relax kakra. But I say, step on the toes kakra. I ginger natural say he wants to prove to people say he has a lot going, and a lot of people through this beef. I've been reading comments on Twitter and Usha. There are lots of people who heard the name Obibini but did not follow. Until this has been an avenue for an eye-opener for most people to know who really Obibini is. When even I saw a freestyle crowd, one of the Hits FM, and when it has to do wordplay, like Obibini is, he knows his game. Now, any rapper, Sarkodie was born out of beef. I remember those days in 2005, 2004, thereabout. Those days, there was a Tema Squad. D-Crime. Stoneboy. Bebonfly. Amansenchi Ami. Sarkodie.
Stage A.
No, I'm talking about like when I had
levels. Kasari level.
No, not Kasari level. We had a WhatsApp. It was a rap battle. It was being organized by my company, so I knew them. I was the one doing the pairing, so I knew them from close point. And Sarkodie has been the king of your friend saying the king of beef. Until Yapono then ABP and Yapono was also firing shots. A ban on those beefs and not Yapono, but Sarkodie had the day like on any day. What did I make an say? So if beefs are good for the industry, they say, who throw shots, no reply, not say one reply, and I say technical, they will lose. San will be a beacon.
Oh, Samo.
And Obibini is benefiting. Because at the end of the day, all media, like you said, media houses, almost all media houses are interviewing you, and people are getting to know Obibini. So in the next track, be an say any serious work be to artists here, people be curious to see the nitty-gritties of it, and then a man in your numbers. So sometimes beef, for rappers, they who train beef. Say strong man is a good rapper, but Onya hates to say medical. It doesn't stop him from telling people that he's the best when it has to do with you and I. What's the mechanism? There are some artists who technically are blessed with commercial value. Others, if you are the type of rap or your marketer, if you are and warm. The reason why people underrate manifest. What you are saying? And there are a lot of artists that are pure hip hop like Ghanaians are sleeping on them. This is, for example, Gemini. I don't know if there's any rapper in Ghana who can go toe to toe with Gemini. Like Abrante rappers, but I'm always a manifest fan. But Gemini is the ish. But Obibini actually we say like he does it with so much alacrity in terms of his rap, effortless. And with all these brouhaha, I think sir are benefited. But I'm also thinking sir, maybe Amrado is also planning something to surprise people. Because sometimes that's how people react. Maybe also per se, or also riding on it to shoot a sort of a business thing out of it. Indeed, also I was to able to keep it secretly. Even as you're throwing 1, 2, 3 at him, if you are in a second, but a bit me adding our IP to me. But so far, we believe.
Now, has the room beef benefited in any way? And who is winning? Who is losing?
Go on, say it. Edio. Okay. So, Obibini, let me make this clear that Obibini and any other rapper like Gemini and Co, right? Ghana for and to another bus. As a matter of fact, I said it on xylophone. It became an argument. Say Obi Obeka say beef when I enyani Obibini memisreni who you correct. You understand? But this is Ghana, where people don't follow you until somebody says somebody insults you. This is Ghana. Obibini was on 3FM, did a freestyle on Agaji. The line that Amado used to insult him said, "Ogusudi Ashawu for la person." It was a freestyle. Oh, yeah, 3FM. That freestyle went viral. one of the biggest label boss owners in UK. He hit me up. I make a yo, this is your freestyle goal. Every day when he sits in his car, he plays his music. Shobibini IG account. He's always putting up videos, rapping, doing whatever. It's a fact that people place value on hit song, popular song, than good talent and artists, good artists. That's what it is. But and your beef way, and I'm out media attention. Oh, baby, drop it. Get a life. Shoot. He was everywhere. He was talking. He was doing an interview. He was doing everything that he had to do. So and your beef when I say beef way I wasting the time.
Oh, sir.
Yeah.
And then I'm wasting the time.
Because let me tell you something. Let me come to what Amado. I think my mathematics behind what Amado is doing. Now, every artist, like every company, they have a plan. Some artists, some companies say that, okay, I'm going to, for Q1, I'm going to focus, this is my target. I'm going to try and build visibility for certain products that I have. For Q2, I'll try and monetize the product. So I'll find ways and means to get people to love it, right? Obibini just released Shoots, and there's another song that was out. Energy should have, no, forget Shoots, sorry. Obibini just released Yardi, and remixed to Yardi with Stone Boy on it. And he said this beef has helped him. Whenever everybody's playing Kakas and Disease, that will not be played, get him bookings for a show. When Yardi is fire, when Yardi became an organic hit without him going out of any radio stations to get promoted. Come on, let's be sincere. Musically wise, this thing has wasted Obibini's time, has helped Amado. Because Obibini is already known as a rapper. And you guys were not following him. You guys don't patronize his music because you thought, major hit. Obibini became a hit when he had Ashimi with Kiddy. Oh yeah, Madi, oh that, and you can't know. You see, Kiddy, he's always been working. Energy where would you come around and they talking about Beefy, who's getting the most hype talking about Samado without even being there. Or when he sits in front of you, your first two questions is about Amrado. Before he goes, it's about Amrado. Because Amrado hasn't replied to him yet. The boy is wasting his time. He is wasting Obibini's time. And he is benefiting. I'll come to why he's benefiting. Just imagine that Obibini has shot a video for Yardi after the disease and had dropped the visuals for Yardi, like how Amrado did with Outside. Like by now, when he goes for the interview, Yardi will be in the conversation because a Stone Boy was so such a great song. How do you live it and go and back and fight? How do you do your mathematics? Such a big song. A big hit automatically. You will be a cowboy. You know, cyber out and people say, "Wow, this song is crazy." Then all of a sudden, you leave that song, the remix that is big has a bigger artist on it, and then you go and fight. And I'll go fighting so only in the Ghana for you. Fighting nation, they're calling nation, so I'll be area. Sasa. What do you Papa Neba? I was okay because media can't play it twice in a certain month. Audience will lose. They will lose audience. So you have to wait for some time, a month or a week or two, before you can go another round. That time, you know, ABT.
Where has Amrado benefited?
One first point. Amrado is a content creator. Per plan, Osha Amrado growth in recent time has all been content. Talk about me. The more talkability, the more I become a home name. Tagged with rap. Obi, in this battle, I've never heard anybody say, say he doesn't know how to rap. Obi said, Obi Benin knows how to rap. Amrado has been fighting to be tagged with, I know how to rap, ever since he came into mainstream. With this thing, they get to cement it. Boom! That, yeah, it's how rappers are. But what did you have? Because on it, you move head to head. I'm getting a free promo.
3-1 near head to head.
3-1 what?
The 3-1 they rap.
Yeah, to it. I go to Accra.
Sam, which 3-1? I'll come to that part.
I'm at 3 points.
Up to 10. I'll tell you something. So that's the first one. Now, Amrado's career. Over 20 episodes. But yeah, hey. Cutting West Wakasa is a content creator. Why Bako, a ginger on YouTube, a ginger way. Okay, do I put my energy there? No. Let's get into the next phase of the content creation. I saw him post a picture of him and the industry, some of the industry people. I could see Ernest was inside, and some people was inside. I'm not sure, say, business as usual, wait, it's coming. He's a content person. You see, or the OB, Christmas, or double the numbers now. You will not know how to come because when he's ready and he comes again and hits you, the same people who said, Obi, give it to him will say, Obi, Baba. Then on those has another content. No one suppose it because per his plan only plan or two big songs. When Japan only about me big song now. Me push say you tag me as a rapper. Then we need best rapper. Me come I'm in a depression cry now. What am I saying? Now the second thing that I'm always benefiting is this, right? In all the country, everybody's talking about one boy who has not replied a certain rapper, even Amrado. So what happens? You could check it, boy now you say, one reply, and I say what you from beef in the one. You could check it and say, no cross say, oh yeah, deal. Now I'm follow. You can find say, and see, or no waste of time, or the whole time, when it now, press now, open out when the Amrado, or they build any fan base. Free. Or they build any fan base for free. For free. Or bien you say Amrado has not benefited from this thing. It is clear. If Obimini comes to GhanaWeb Bloggers Forum today, your first 3 questions, your last 2 questions will be about Amrado. So he's in it he's winning big time. Let's come to the songs. Yeah, beef. Oh yeah, beef and I'm a reply. The longest hip hop reply in Ghana history of a beef.
Obimini no recorded that now here no.
How did manifest a rapping God MC that. So Saka there freestyler or bone you know. Or to make us a sound line be Eddie shame am I who been record there. So you feel that he just did it. So how they not they're not on trying to wear. Come on, you shouldn't go there crowd. Now you do a song. Then I guess realize that I've showed you that I can rap. So I don't have to prove myself again. That's Amadi. I have shown you that whatever we come to do, I can reply you. Because my man even 3-4 hours and I'm a reply. My reply. 2. Say open drop 10 songs, I won't mind you. You are in 2 doubts. And they say we will be ham. Nakasa Nani Panay Namuchan Honoko. Winning so we knew. So when we knew, so casting me and you. So casting me and you don't even know, right? And see, in mentally, if you're not strong, it will haunt you as a rapper. So you'll be forced to be dropping because they all say, Anna, and I say, hey, the kakas no do. I'm dropping Houdini, Woodies, or whatever. I'm dropping for. It's hunting you. So he's actually living rent free in your career if you're not a strong rapper. Always be moving on. Because wherever you go, has Amrado replied to you yet? No. Or don't have like I said, then you kill him. Don't know say. Amrado have no mind now. I'm telling you, as a rapper, you'll be thinking about all these things. All these things. So the boy has nothing to lose. This is what I think the boy is doing.
Quickly.
A certain content is coming. A certain song, something is coming. Like I said, I know. Amrado is picking something good from SAC. A stray bullet that will ginger another song, probably a commercial song from him, will hit Obi, and Obi will be forced to reply and will sell that song. If I was Obi, I would stop, focus on getting the Yadi video ready, the remix video ready, put all the energies in it. 3, 4 months later, 5 months, if I'm doing another song, and I want the people to get attention on the song, I'll just do that.
Romeo, should Obini continue the beef, even as Amrado is quiet, and I said,
I feel Obini actually the pedigree. I want to short for a man is akodi. Until I say one say short now to cry. Utimun say or expect another quarters. Some beef for another quarters. I said widen the gap of space. See there, Obini be back out. You cry or you mistake no banana and you good. And then the carrier echo cry. So I feel say he would also use this avenue or be enjoy free publicity. Or we are sure say like now is saying if he goes round, definitely he will talk about his new project, and he's getting like free publicity in that regard. Because I say if also need, and once like I say who win the battle, see you become the king of rap. So say BBS says no be winning. I can say and say there are a lot of talented rappers in Ghana. Around the Akrawe way, na me bisa ke konta krawe. When rap we jai na wabet na Ghana website we ejuma. Konta krawe. People are talented, but they feel say this country, honestly speaking, you've known me as a poet.
Yeah.
But the inspiration to write is no longer there.
So, let me tell you what konta kra like I'm saying. You see, this beef thing with Obi, I'm make with facts. Konta kra has been working. Just a few days ago, konta kra released a new project. Few days ago, the new song about the people of Ghana. If you are an artist and you're going to listen to them when somebody insults you, they will mess you up because konta kra has been working. Konta kra has a show on radio in the Eastern region, Koftown. Put rappers in Koftown on big time. He's been doing it. He's been working.
Abantepa, say meaning tiny. Since mental tiny in Candia, say Obi. Echo hitting not any bar. Definitely, we work as a winning now. I'm an idea about it. So if you're a rapper, you need that caveat. I say, wow,
you don't.
So
you're basing. This is the point.
No, you may be. You may be. I just want to situate the conversation. You may be releasing. You may be active,
but no one.
But it is not. It is not making the waves. It is different from you sleeping and not releasing. But then again, someone will also argue that if what you are releasing, if what you are putting out there is good enough to catch the attention of the people, you wouldn't have gone unnoticed.
Okay,
no,
good.
It's not true.
It's not true.
It's not.
Okay.
Listen,
My memory
music
let
is not true.
Let me make a point. Once our boy your friend is saying, oh, they release assemble that this boy Black Sheriff. Black Sheriff our system no more did that. Or a singer.
Yes.
It's a good singer. But it's asking in Namfa we brain. So you need that hook. Rapper be at the open hook. And then internet has the whole Ghana be a new hook and sing guru. You need that hook before people would delve into the real talent you have. And then boy sa ko de sa miawe happy what to
cover
good sa track no sa ko de
the conversation.
No, I'm just telling you that sometimes you need that hook for people to have a proper assessment of your work before they accept you.
But before you need that song, then people know news are
exactly.
What you are saying is even different. What's the conversation? What we are saying is, don't base your judgment of an artist on a hit song, because hit songs are relative. For all you know, you are here saying that Guru. I've heard somebody, a media person say Guru Atonso, and say I'm here because I didn't hear only his song. And I'm saying, are you serious? The person gets released, I can't feel my face. Featuring Yalbeck and Kimaga. I say, okay, man. Say, what the conversation is that the artists are working. They are. You have a preference of what you want to focus your mind on. The fact that saying do one just any hit song, because in some domain when he stands on the stage and he drops that song, everybody is shouting. So what's a hit song? This is Black Sheriff Black Sheriff drops Ankonam right now. It's a problem. Money is a problem. The only thing is that he has now gotten his hit song. But before the hit song, he's been working. How is it that Obrafo must do a song before he's Obrafo? But Kendrick Lamar doesn't have an album. 4 years, no album. Fan base has not gone anywhere. They are still there. Kanye West just put up 2 shows at the Mercedes Center in ATL. Before that, he has never given us any album. When he announced the show, the tickets sold out in 2 hours. Make any Ghana artist, even your sucker, let him try that. He will say that 1 year I won't release the song. That's the end.
Somebody tried something in Tamale.
Romeo wrap up.
Because the people, I'm telling you, listen, there are no fan bases in Ghana. The people, if like make one day
talk say
there are fan bases in Ghana, but there are no loyal fan bases in Ghana.
If you allow fan base, couldn't you release a song? Where are the Kudenchi fans? Where are they? Couldn't you release a song? This recently we didn't know.
You only fan base is that Lumba. Babranti, I feel say we need more of these. I was say industry no each other. I feel say me say e be as according manifest. Free no more project. I like it, but along the line, I say confusion me banana rap like hits we hear them.
Okay, we are taking a break, and when we return, we'll talk about the donations that they say will be a fanisika and bribra ma niema neafe no be a dia tembia ho. Stay with us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. Nani Alredu is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Romeo McDonald Nane Asari is a columnist and a politician, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. So last week we had a discussion on Beverly Afaglu, the actress whose house was consumed by fire. The house was at Tema Community 9. Now, when the incident happened, Yvonne Nelson and some other showbiz personalities decided to, mobilize support for her, so that at least she can find a place to lay her head, because the house was completely burnt and she lost her merchandise, her jewelries, almost everything. Now, when the call for donations was made, a video surfaced. There was a video that had been recorded about a year ago that the actress Beverly Afaglu was reacting to some suggestions or rumors that her marriage was about to collapse, and there were, some issues with finances and all that. So she came out to say that she was not broke. In fact, she works hard for her money. So based on that comment, some people said, when you go back to your investment. So when all these were going on, she did a video. It was a 41-minute video. Now she says that she has put a stop to the donations, and all those who were, insulting her, who were lambasting her, all those who were criticizing her, and using that video as reference. You people, you don't have sympathy at all.
1983, I was born in that very house, Community 9 in Tema. I got married and I got out of that house from my single room. Yes, I'm entitled to just a room and a toilet in my family house. I never rented, I never stayed with any man. I married from home and I went out. 8 years down the line, we decided to come back home because renting a 3-bedroom house in any part of Ghana is not cheap. So I suggested to my husband that my mother has a land, so we can build something and manage it till we build our own dream house. I didn't pack my children, my house help, and myself from my 3-bedroom house to my single room that I left behind. We built. My husband and I built our house ourselves. It was our sweat, our money that built the part of the house that I was staying in. The pattern looks the same, because you cannot come to an old house and start building a story building by the side just because you're building a new house. I have to follow the plan and do exactly as how the house looks like for me to just get my space. I built it to continue. So looking at that house like that, obviously you think it's a full house like that, but they are apartments. My house is gone. My shoe rack alone is 8 feet high and how many width? But I've never showed off before. I cannot count the things I've lost. I cannot count the number of suitcases of even what my husband married me with, the cloth and everything. And people sit down on TV stations, radio stations, fake blogs and insult me, insult my family with what we are going through. We are traumatized. We are traumatized. My mother's property, that is a 9-bedroom house with a living room, toilet and bathrooms in 5 of the rooms there, with a kitchen. Everything is down to 0. You don't sympathize with us. Anybody who doesn't have empathy for this, you are evil. You are not human. Unya Badaye Kra said, the woman who is 78 years old, the lifetime memories is all gone. Her lifetime memories is all gone. I built my house and moved in just a year ago, just last year, early last year. I bought my block, I bought my cement, I bought my paint, I did my tiling, I did my electricals, I did carpentry, I did plumbing, I bought my sink, I bought my toilets. I fixed my kitchen, I fixed my kitchen cabinets. So what didn't I build? My sin was building on my mother's land. That is the sin that my husband and I did. Because we built on my mother's land. That people have to insult us, degrade us to nothing. Ade. Dena mayo. My Joe boy. My Juku. My yaw mami. Me die drubia toso. My jiwe juma. Dena mayo. If I've done anybody wrong, please forgive me. Let us have a quiet life. We are going through a lot. Leave my name alone.
So that's Beverly Afablo expressing her disappointment in some of the remarks that were thrown at her. Let me begin with Nanea. Last week when we were having the discussion, Nanea made mention that wow, yes, I did Beverly attempt based on the video that she recorded a year ago. And she was addressing an issue next to 3 more than Nana. Beverly say it's okay. Enough donations, and she's not taking again.
Yeah, I mean, it's very sad. The Ghana for more internet, so people now are very sad. They are depressed. Ghanaians on the internet, like social media, Twitter, they are very sad. It's either they do it on purpose or they are sad in real life. Like,
sadists.
Yeah, like recently a lot of things have been picking up on social media. A star goes to do a billboard in another country for his music listening. Now we have a chance here, John Guy, you go pay money, make them promote him. Like people are sad in Ghana. So I'm going to good stars in social media. I said to me, I'm going through a certain process. So when I get to one, by now you've entered the ground. So in Beverly, a normal on your star, and a normal a year, and after that, if I say we a normal lady, why worry? Oh, Bob, I don't make sure now all of a sudden you lose everything at one snap of a finger. Ask yourself, will you be okay in the right state to even comprehend what is happening to you? Say you wouldn't your bank out where sir. So I think people do these things on purpose. You get what I'm saying? They do it on purpose. Obu hane any person say be odi watem and say and a person I don't know whether or train side video neighbor or obenya followers intino. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they want from the stars. Your masters need too much pressure, unnecessary pressure. So if she's called it off, me when I heard that she's called, I was very happy. Me, I wish I could back and say, Yvonne, what there? if you can refund the money to the people, refund the money to the people. Now he will take care of it, because you see, I made that I don't just say whatever I said in my previous video, I lied. Even if I have a single room that I'm renting out to someone, she's not lying. So I only need HR or your co-owner, so she's not lying. The fact that somebody has been blessed by God and you are not, and you will time here, no, I don't know how Ghanaians think. I came to maybe read the comments, no. Like it was so sad. Now say as they say, you need to now lingerie shop.
Shopping.
And also attempted the ever. People can't even pick the humor in the thing that the guy did. The wife said your parents coming to me and Phoebe. And it's becoming something like a tension around. You need to be a bit diffuse. Tension and also attempted jabbing. Is it that you as a young boy, you can't buy lingerie for your wife or a girlfriend, so we could even manipulate yeah, and you was young. Until I say, is it because people say need the action thing? Say they'll be doing po. Until you meet to lingerie man, talk to man and or to man then. Come on, if she's called off, she's called off. Charlie, me and Tony here, Ubian corner same corner baby. But these same Ghanaians, when I mean Pengu, if she should fall right now, oh Beverly's here. Oh this, oh that, oh this. Come on. It's just too much.
Romeo, last week you weren't here, but I'm sure you've been following the issue.
I agree perfectly with what Nana already said. That video was a reply to people hurling some issues at her concerning her trip to and fro London, that there was another man who was buying stuff or buying tickets for her. She had to clear the air because her marriage was at stake. Yeah, it was okay, but sometimes the reason why people like Jackie Appiah, you hardly hear them speak. No matter the negatives being spread across, you will not hear them speak. And silence is always a perfect language to a fool. And I felt that video, yeah, she was angry, but it wasn't necessary to me. If she had management, they could have done it through a blogger or maybe put out something so that there won't be that kind of print on you. The reason why I pick PR or spokesperson for people, for instance, if a president has a spokesperson, the spokesperson said, excuse my language, Abia, Madina Fonina, Moyemwa. It's the president's spokesperson. That can be corrected because he beat me or beat master be aside. But when the president himself says it, it's unwashable. So if you throw it, you're peeved, throw it to your PR or whoever handles your media stuff. So that it's as if the person is speaking for you, but indirectly, you know, But when the video happened that way, Ghanaians are so petty to the extent that when she goes like, she's no staff, she's not poor, she's so broke. Of course, who will tell himself, me, I'm not broke. Only about you're not broke. You're not broke. You will not wish that even on yourself, say you are broke. No. You get it. And then I've been following people who go like, okay, if you're not broke, it's a house that is bent. At least your account isn't bent. But all these things are so insensitive to the extent, disasters can befall anybody. A bit mad at Ubia. The mistake in the GoFundMe thing was that there were some class of people around her, classy people, like both home and abroad. They could have just met
and
supported her. But throwing it out there, for me, management supported that endorsement when Yvonne Nelson proposed it. If they were looking for $20,000, just among them, they could have gotten it without anyone getting wind of it. So, you say, Benkum Papa, and say,
okay.
If they meant to really help her in that situation, it was needless to put it out on GoFundMe thing because there are poorer people out there. Microphone place guy surgery. This conjoined twins we any cheddar na be savage situation now. They are put as a and I think we have class of people who could easily have resolved that problem. So for me, that was where I saw a bat in this whole thing. So to them, because there are people out there too. Are we using GoFund for them? But we are on a class of friends. You can't go blame anyone else and say, "Watch baby, $5,000 now, $2,000." Maybe Sonny Badu. Maybe I'll say, for this, my sister, $2,000. You could have just guarded yourself. Maybe if there are this mega churches, big pastors, it's just a proposal that this is what has been falling our sister, and this is what we want to do. So since this is a community, we feel you can reach out to her and stuff. That $20,000 now more kind of they could have gotten more.
So that's my come last one. A Saturday, Ohami profile. I'm in profile. So one play bold conversation with Saturday, episode 2, Sunday 8 p.m. on One Play Africa YouTube. If we are so grateful for the feedback you guys have given us so far, we like it back. Episode 2, 3, and 4 are crazier. Trust me. You will never hear Sak speak like this. That's why you've never seen him on any other platform after our interview. So Sunday at One Play Africa on YouTube, Saturday episode 2. You don't want to miss it.
All right, that's Nani Aredu with OnePlayAfrica.com. McDonald Nani Asari, aka Romeo, is a columnist. The show has been sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have all great deals for you all week. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-41-3339-7 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. A reminder that the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is still ongoing. As part of our 22nd anniversary, we want to reduce the rate of accidents on our roads and save lives and properties. So if you see anything that poses as a danger to lives and properties, kindly alert us. We are interactive on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. You can also send us an email, newswires@ghanaweb.com. 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 The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards nominations are still open. Deadline for submission is August 31. And so nominate whoever you want to be part of the Excellence Awards scheme. Send us a mail, awards@ghanaweb.com, awards@ghanaweb.com, or check our website, www.ghanaweb.com, and you find forms of you find nomination forms randomly placed in our stories. So nominate whoever you want, and remember to support your nomination with reason. So if you want to nominate Nania 18 or Nania Redu as blogger of the year, you nominate him and say, for the past this number of months or years, he's been doing A, B, C, D. That's why you are nominating him for the award. If you want to nominate McDonald Nania Asari, aka Romeo, who has recently met Juliet, do same, and let's know why you are nominating him. So 31st August went nominations, and then we'll bring back the people that you nominated after the faculty have sat to do a short list for you to vote. So that's for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Thanks for being a part of this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
said that a photo is worth 1,000 words, and memories are timeless treasures of the heart. In this edition of People and Places, my guest and I will take you back in time to experience some of these beautiful memories. We are at the oldest photo studio in Ghana, located in Jamestown in Accra. And this place has some of the most interesting photographs and memories you could ever think of. I have some wonderful people who would help us go through these photos and tell us the story and history behind the establishment of this place. I am Wanda Ami Hagan, and thank you for making time with us on this episode of People and Places. After the break, we'll meet our guests and get right into the gist. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. So our guest is Mrs. Kate Tamaklo. She's the granddaughter of J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy, the owner of this studio. And now she's in charge of running and manning the place to ensure that it's in good shape and available for you and I, to have access to it. So we are having a conversation with her, and thank you again for having us here. We have a wonderful place. Coming. Great. Okay, so I just want to know how old this studio is.
We are in 2021, so Diogratia's studio is 98 now. 98. Turning 99 in November and 100 next year.
Wow. This is way older than, it was established way before some of us were born.
Established in 1920.
And yet it still looks good. You're doing well with keeping the place, I must say. Tell us a little about the studio. You've told us when it was established, but who established it?
It was established in 1922 by my grandfather, J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy.
Who was he?
My grandfather was a photographer. He started taking photos when he was 23.
Okay.
He had a passion for taking photographs of people, and then he was able to establish the photo studio in 1922 and called it Diogratia's Studio.
Okay.
Which means in Latin, thanks be to God.
Okay.
So he was finally able to establish it, which excited him. So he named it Diogratias, meaning thanks be to God.
Okay, but why did he name it Diogratias?
Well, I wasn't there, but my dad did tell me that he had a very difficult childhood. His parents were not very wealthy. So when he took to photography and he realized, he could afford to buy a camera and take pictures of people and earn a living, he was excited. So he decided to thank God by naming it Diogratias, which means thanks be to God.
Okay, and what was his motivation?
I think he admired what people wore, what he could see. It was like, I think I can take pictures of all these people and, look at them later. People would come in and he would share what he took or the experience he had at either a festival or some other place of interest.
Okay. Was your grandfather Ghanaian?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, then it was an interesting choice of a name. A Ghanaian naming his studio in Latin.
Yes, I don't know the history very well, but I think those days, Latin played a large role as well in the English language, so he must have picked it from there.
Okay.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay, but do you know when he took the first photo?
Ooh. 1922 is a long time ago. I've seen a lot of very old pictures in the archives. But which particular picture he took in that year will be difficult to tell.
Okay.
Yes, but I look at them and I look at their hairstyle and the clothes they wear, and I assume maybe amongst 100, one of them was the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did your grandfather stop taking pictures altogether? Do you know that?
I think that must have been in the late or early 80s.
Okay.
Yes, when his health, he wasn't too well.
Okay.
That is when I believe he stopped taking photographs, because going out, was not easy for him. Yeah.
And from that time, did he hand over to anybody?
Yes, he did hand over to my dad. My dad was the engraving manager at GTP. Okay. He was in charge of the print on the Dumas, what do you call it? The Dumas print.
Yeah.
He was in charge of that in the engraving department. So when
your dad's name is?
I.H. Bruce van der Poy.
Okay.
Isaac Hudson, Bruce van der Poy. So when his dad, when he was beginning to get much older and not too well, he asked his son, please, you need to come back to the studio and help me, or more or less take over the studio and continue what he started.
Okay.
Yes.
Was your dad the first son, or
no?
Why did he have to take over? And did your grandfather have any other children who helped with the studio?
Yes, my dad was sent abroad by Kwame Nkrumah to study photography.
Okay.
So obviously he knew what it was all about. So that's why he asked him in particular to come back. My uncle also studied photography, but he was younger. No, sorry, he was older. But I don't know, he just chose my dad to come in. But they did work together for some time.
Your uncle
yes,
and your
and
dad?
my dad, yes.
Okay, and where are they now?
My dad is 86 and he's doing fine.
Okay.
But unfortunately, my uncle passed on several years ago.
Okay, so your dad handed over to you?
Yes, unfortunately, he's suffering from glaucoma.
Okay.
So obviously he cannot see the lovely pictures anymore. So I am in charge at the moment. But if I'm able to describe the pictures very well, we still talk about them. Yeah.
Okay. And before we end and go through the photographs around here, it's been, you mentioned, over 90 years.
Exactly.
Do people still come here?
There are two categories of people that come here. You have those who are from the immediate surrounding. They still come in to take maybe their passport pictures, or maybe there's a festival happening around and they are all dressed up. So they come in and have their photograph taken. And then there are the tourists who come around, want to know about the studio, the history, so those are the other category of people who come here. Or there are students, foreign students who are working on their thesis, then they come in here, or research, and then we help them with that.
You mentioned people come here to take photographs from time to time.
Yes.
That means you still have photographers. Like who does the picture taking now?
Oh, there's a lady here we have, she's called Charity. She does very good. She does very well. They come in all dressed up and she takes their photograph.
So we have like studio photographs and passport pictures.
Yes.
Okay.
Some people also come in and ask her to go into the field. Maybe there are parties happening, engagements, then she goes with them.
To capture the moments.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So the studio has never really shut down.
That's great to know.
Yeah.
And talking about tourists, which kind of people come here more often? Are they foreigners, or do Ghanaians patronize this place a lot?
Not so much Ghanaians. Usually the Ghanaians would come with the foreigners because they have expressed interest. Yes. So I must say very few Ghanaians, come in here to have a look at the pictures. But when they do come in, they're very fascinated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of photos. I'm sure there are a lot more, in the archives. And we'll get into that a little after the break. But thank you for sharing the story about your grandfather and the establishment of this place. It's an interesting story.
Thank you.
All right. And so that's Mrs. Tamaklo telling us a little bit about this place. But there's more. So stay with us as we go for this quick break. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
This is still People and Places. Thank you for staying with us. And now we are going to do a tour of the gallery. We just want to see some of the, historical pictures they have here. Each picture has a story and has a memory, and we are going into that. To help us do that, we have Kofi Yeboah here. He has been working here for a while, and he's also a historian. And so he'll help us do that. How are you, sir?
Very good.
Great. And so how long have you been here?
Okay, I think my outings to actually get pictures to complement the story I was doing on Kwame Nkrumah brought me a couple of days ago, a couple of years ago, and from that time on, I'm so much in love with these black and white pictures, the histories behind them, because trust me, this pictures actually chronicles the history, in fact, the modern history of the Gold Coast, from 1922 into the 50s, Kwame Nkrumah's birth. In fact, there are pictures here. Kwame Nkrumah at 17 years old, Kwame Nkrumah at Chimota and all of that. So, yes, it's fascinating, and from that time on, I've not been able to let it go.
So it means you've had some of the pictures here complement your
Absolutely,
your work.
yes. I have a large book on Kwame Nkrumah called Kwame Nkrumah, the man who took the first piece of Britain's African Empire. And most of the pictures here are from the studio.
Wow. Would have a look at that book. But for now, we just want to see what we have here.
Okay. So this is Opera Cinema, this is Orion Cinema. These were a chain of cinemas dotted around the country those times, Picona, some in the northern region, and all of that. And so these are pictures that were taken at the time. I think until the advent of all this cheap, if you like, Panasonic's, VCR and stuff, all this, how do you call it, cinemas are now gone into obscurity. So this is Jamestown as it was probably in the 30s into the 40s. The slave trade was over. These were piers that were made to bring cocoa and palm oil from the hinterlands to the coast to be transported to Europe and all of that. So this is a beehive of activity. You still will see these piers, there today, though there is a, that sort of renovation going on. So this is what Jamestown looked like. This could be a regatta. This were the spectators, and I think you still have this raised, if you like, platform today, and that's what the picture looks like at the time. And all these ones are done. In fact, they are down now, and you only see a representation of this metallic structure. Now this is glamour, as we know. It's this how they call it, shops at Mokola. This is what it looks like at the time. Now this is Macmillan, British Prime Minister, the wind of change in South African Parliament. He was here in the Gold Coast, and at the time you have this boat, if you like, boat riders or boatsmen who goes deep into the sea and brings in the passenger, carrying the passenger, because the ship wouldn't come so much to shore, that way it's going to shipwreck. And so it is going to park in the roads, and then these men are going to have an empty chair, hoist you on it and bring you. So this is Macmillan here at Jamestown. Okay? Now, so this is the old Parliament with Kwame Nkrumah's statue in front of it. Then you come to this one quickly. This is Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana's first beauty pageant, Madame Monica Amekwefia. In 1957, as part of the independence celebrations, there was the Miss Ghana Beauty Pageant.
In 1957?
Absolutely. And the one who won it was Madame Monica Amekwefia. And they always actually had their number 9, if you like, thing from her, because her number was number 9, she was an Ewe.
Oh, okay.
And so number 9 is not probably the thing about the 9th region on the, this is just Madame Amekwefia who wore the number, absolutely, she was Ewe. So Ghana's first beauty pageant was an Ewe. Okay, and then this is, what's the name? Holy Spirit, is it? This cathedral, Trinity Cathedral, that is some few minutes walk from here. This is what it looks like. You can see the beach in the background. Okay, this is a picture, this is a deeply relevant picture that was taken in 1948. Now, this is what you could call the nationalists of the Gold Coast, who were made to appear before what we call the Western Committee. The Western Committee was invited into the Gold Coast in 1948 by the British colonial administration to actually investigate the disturbances on 24 February 1948. They actually saw the death of what's the name, Sergeant Ajete, Corporal Tipo, and all of that. And so these are the Gold Coast nationalists at the time, those who the colonial government actually seized as being the reason why that disturbance actually happened.
Okay.
Now, this is J.B. Dankwa. Okay, this is Kwame Nkrumah. Now, this is Akufo-Addo's dad, called Edward Akufo-Addo. So this is Akufo-Addo's uncle. Okay.
And then dad.
And this is Akufo-Addo's mom.
Oh,
and this is their lawyer called Dingle Foot. Dingle Foot is a British lawyer who came representing them. This is Akwa Jay. This is Thurston Kofi. This is Awuno, and all of that.
So many great people in one picture.
Absolutely. So in this picture, our current president, this Mr. Vivian, and a businessman who was part of the Gold Coast, how do you call it, a nationalist effort and arrangement.
Okay.
And so this picture was taken before they appeared at the Western Committee. At the Western Committee, left Kwame Nkrumah with the baby and water in his hand, because they said until he arrived in the Gold Coast on the 24th of December 1947, everything was not what it was at the time. The nationalist zeal and fervor was not in there. So this is a historic picture that was taken before that. Our current president alone had about 3, if you like, relations in there. That's the mother who gave birth to him. That's his dad, and that's the great granduncle or something.
Okay.
Now, this picture was taken in
Independence Day.
1957, but not 6th March, because this picture was taken midnight. That's the 5th of March. That's what we call the Polo Grounds. And this picture is peculiar because Mr. Van der Poel was there, and he did it by himself, and it has not actually found its way probably on the internet.
So this is not
this
the picture we see.
This is the picture, but with a different angle. See Kwame Nkrumah with the hand.
Okay.
You understand? And see how this Krobedu say, this Kujubutiu, and then this
So he was there to witness it himself.
Yes, he was there.
Yes,
He was there himself. Yes.
Great.
So forget about this. How they call it? The story on the ex-servicemen's program that actually brought the Western Committee in. We are just told by Madame that her father happened to be a friend of J.B. Dankwa. And so when this happened, J.B. Dankwa immediately called in the studio.
J.K. Bruce was a friend of J.B.
Yes. And J.K. Bruce was on the spot at the crossroads where there was blood in the sand. Apparently, Imre, the police superintendent, has shot into this crowd that were demonstrating peacefully to see how they call it, the governor.
He must have been very brave then.
Absolutely. So we are told he actually came into the studio to pick pictures and any evidence he could find to actually help their case before the Western Committee. And this is the man who did all of this, who actually gave us the opportunity of the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and what it says with Gold Coast modernity. Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And that's Auntie Kate's dad. That's Mr. Isaac Hudson Van der Poel, who continues this legacy. And so from here, you're going to see pictures that actually chronicle.
Just before you go on, I see a younger version of him.
Yes.
Was this?
I think when he might have been in Germany, because he did a photographic program in Germany sponsored by Kwame Nkrumah. So that picture might have been taken in Germany.
Right.
And so yes, you're going to find these pictures that will give us a certain degree of historical chronology of the Gold Coast. It was not all that people think it was. It was a society of, if you like, men and women who knew what time it is or what time it was within that time frame. And so at the time, what it was is that photography was a big deal. And so if you find someone taking pictures, what it means that the person is well-to-do. And photography was centered here on the coast. And so it could have been difficult for Mr. Van der Poel to go into Hinterland, probably Kumasi, the northern region, and take pictures and stuff. And so most of these pictures are spelling what it was with the thing of influence and big manism and that sort of thing. So you're going to see Red Spots band, you're going to see E.T. Menson's band and all of that. And I'm telling you, at the time, this was privilege. Okay, now this is Kwame Nkrumah again at Achimota, and the year is 1929. And this is young Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah. Okay. That's a rare photo.
Absolutely, yes. And so Bruce Van der Poel was at Achimota, probably the official photographer of Achimota School, and he was able to see Kwame Nkrumah when he came to Achimota very new, when he was about 17 years old, freshly fetched from the forest of Nkrofo, throughout his time, and becoming prime minister, coming back. Now, look at this picture over there with the rest of the, how do you call it, Ghanaian statesmen. Very young man. And so this man saw Kwame Nkrumah like this. In fact, I have a picture of him in this Ntoma stuff. He saw Kwame Nkrumah this way, and then this guy was in the States for 10 years, was in the UK for 12 years, came back, and this man was still taking photos. So you can imagine, from one end to the other. And I believe in 1972 when Kwame Nkrumah died, J.K. Bruce Vanderpool was still alive. Yeah. Okay, so these are musical bands. This is a picture of Akwaje. Akwaje reputed to be the man who actually gave the idea about Kwame Nkrumah coming in. This is a picture of probably some colonial officials or some members of the Asian community, which was very huge here in the Gold Coast and all of that. This is the Jamestown chief called Nia Bebiu. Okay, this could be some society brothers and all of that. So, and this is the chief of how do you call it? This is again Mancha Bebiu with colonial authorities. I can see Governor Hodgson, who was the governor of the British governor of the Gold Coast some time ago. And then you have this beautiful background that most pictures were taken against. Like this little girl. This girl sat on this very chair and took this picture. So the chair is still here. It could be in the 30s or something. And this could be the daughter of some colonial official somewhere. You understand? This is a picture that was taken in someone's home, probably a certain ruling family. And then
I assume this chair is also as old as
exactly. These are all historical pieces that shouldn't be allowed to actually pass under the carpet that way. And you have some secret societies, like this is the Independent Order of Good Templars. Yes, taken in the 30s. This is a girls' guide sort of group. And then there's a famous picture of a judge called Manu Plange. Manu Plange was, I think, a justice of the Supreme Court. There's a picture of a family. Recently, some people are coming in, they are able to identify their forebears within their fathers and their mothers are all in this picture and that sort of thing. So this studio is speaking loudly, a language that you'll not be able to hear until those who have the nexus comes in. People are coming in, they're telling you, please, this is my grandmother, this is my grandfather, and all of that. I'm holding this, how do you call it, a collage, because I wanted to show you J.B. Dankwa. So J.B. Dankwa was in the studio. This is him fully in his loyalty. Yes. He's a friend to the founder of the studio, J.K. Bruce. So he was here. These pictures were taken in the studio. That's him.
Wow.
Yes. This one probably outside, yes. In his heyday. Yeah. And what it is that he was a good friend to the old man, and so that was an opportunity for the old man to explore, get to places that he wouldn't have been able to get to without that sort of connection. So yes.
What would you tell me are some of the biggest events that J.K. Bruce covered?
5th March 1957, Polo Grounds. The other one is the visit of the Queen in the 60s. You understand? Another one could be, how do you call it, the coming in of the British Prime Minister. What I have shown you before we go to this place, and many if you like, occasions that we've not been able to
capture.
Not only capture, but discover. Because like Auntie Kate is telling you, these pictures were taken on glass plates.
Okay, so what exactly does it mean to capture pictures on a glass plate?
Okay, yes. So this is what a glass plate looks like. And so glass plates probably was the beginning of the processing that is going to give you the picture it should give you. And so this is a picture that is printed and is in this studio. And so I'd like you to see this picture. And so this is the Kolebu laundry. And so look at it. So this is what it is. This is the negative, if you like, but we call it glass plate. We're not calling it film like it used to in the 90s into the 2000s. And so this is a glass plate. That is the picture that is printed over there.
And that's the image of
yes.
Of which facility?
This is what we call the Kolebu laundry, and I think it's still present. Yes. So the picture we'll get on this one. Then after the processes, you get it that way. And so we came to meet what you call the negatives that could be rolled into your pocket or into a little receptacle. But this one is this way, stern and hard as anything.
And so there was this one before there was a film.
Absolutely, yes. Today they are all out of use. And so this is where, if you like, the exposure or the processes that is going to lead to the final print are done on the glass plate.
So this is the machine.
Absolutely, this is the machine that was used to do the exposure. And I think with some other processes in the dark room, then ultimately you're going to get your black and white picture the way it is today. So yes, the Dio Gratias is hugely, if you like, a repository of not only ancient history but modern history, modern Gold Coast history, and I think we should not lose sight of
You've mentioned a number of big events J.K. Bruce covered.
Yes.
But did he happen to be at any event when the revolution was happening?
I think his son did. Auntie Kate's dad, Isaac Hudson, did. Yes. We have seen pictures of President Rawlings and Carline, all of that, and so that could be the subject matter of a different day. Yes. So this is the Queen's visit here in the Gold Coast, and again, J.K. Bruce Vanderpoel was there, you know, exposing how do you call it, pictures for the benefit, for the benefit of us today. These are beautiful pictures of probably Ghanaian maidens. Recently, this headgear or headwear became a subject of scrutiny. We are all like, how did this one come about? The thing looks like a coconut husk, but somewhere along the line,
a mushroom.
Yes, we are able to learn this is a combination and overuse, if you like, over time, putting together of hairs and creams in them and stuff like that. They get that one. And so the women of the times will wear this one before they are seen as, if you like, as modern as they could be. There is another picture that Auntie Kate keeps on, if you like, narrating to us about this British soldier, the first Ghanaian man to be commissioned into the British Army. And this picture was here. The daughters came around and immediately got it. They said, this is me, and this is my dad. And so that's the fascination this studio actually gives. This is Kwame Nkrumah, the height of his powers. And you see Krobo say, you see Afrugbedi, the Minister of Finance and all of them. Krobo at the time was the Minister of Agric. And so you see, I think, a minister without portfolios. So these are Coco and that sort of thing. Yes, this a boxing fraternity. Yes, this is what we call the Standfast Sports Association. That was established in 1947. I think it's out of style and fashion. And so now this is Stanley Matthews, a renowned British footballer who visited, I believe, the National Sports Council at the time. Now this picture is very historical. Why is it so? This picture might have predated independence 1957 and all of that, because you find Governor Hutchinson and all of them here. You understand? This is probably the Joint Provincial Council of whatever it is, or what it was, if you like, a mixture of colonial administrators and Gold Coast representative ruling the Gold Coast. So immediately you see J.B. Dankwa. Where are you? This is J.B. Dankwa. So J.B. Dankwa was part of, exactly, yes. He was a Gold Coast elite. He was a lawyer. He was looked up to when matters of Gold Coast actually services and stuff like that. And so this picture is immensely relevant and deeply historical. And then again, this is a businessman. I'm told, is it Pambros? Leventis, I think they are Greeks. Okay, so this is a chief. This is the Minister of Finance, Agbeli Bedema. This is the French ambassador. This is Achimhene Oforiata. This is J.K. Bruce Vanderpoel, the founder of the Dio Gratia studio, on his horseback. And this is a picture of the Dio Gratia studio itself.
But does J.K., I mean the son of J.K., Isaac, does he have a photograph here with Mrs. Kate?
With the daughter?
Tamaklu,
a lot of pictures, family pictures. I think she will have to fetch one for you shortly. There is a picture of their dad, their mom, and all of that. Okay, good. These are family pictures. This is probably a depot right, or if you like, Samotofuyo right, right, that are held for girls who are actually getting into their puberty. And that sort of thing. Then there's a picture everybody loves. This is a picture of a Jamestown Queen with her attendant taken in the 1930s.
Jamestown Queen?
Yes.
Oh, so this is how the culture was at the time?
Absolutely. Her attendants, most of them goes bare-chested and that sort of thing. And wherever they go, if you read the history of the Akai, you actually understand what I'm saying. Women actually go along with the Queen, and they attend to her and that sort of thing. Yes. So Kwame Nkrumah again with the Queen of the British Queen and head of the Commonwealth, with the husband Prince Philip, who died recently, and then with the Mayor of Accra at the time. Okay. Now again, this picture has here the father and mother of the former Mayor of Accra, the mother of the former Mayor of Accra, Nunu Abate Ifeu. He came into the studio recently and he was able to identify that. And then again, the mother of the former chairman of the CPP, and his name is a Ladin Islander.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, it is not too far away from us.
Okay.
You understand?
You've shown us around and giving us a bit of history.
Yeah.
I'm actually in a history class today.
Sure.
But do you happen to know how many photos in total you would have? Of course, the photos displayed here may just be a part of what you have.
Yes.
There are others in the archives which cannot fit in here.
Exactly.
But would you have an idea?
Yes, Auntie Kate has, if you like, so much on a laptop.
Okay.
She scanned some of this glass plate. I
Okay.
think she was able to get access to a printer, or if you like, scanner that could actually do this trick about the glass plate. So she's been able to scan most of them, and they are sitting on her system. There are
Okay.
pictures, she just pops up and it's like, you know, you never believe or you never knew this was part of the collection. So yes, and again, like I said earlier, most of the glass plates, because those who lived around did not know or understood its essence whatsoever it is, most of them have been destroyed. But apart from that, she has pictures that
Quite
we
a
can fall on,
number.
yes, to tell a very strict chronological history of the Gold Coast from the 1920s.
Over 400, maybe 500 pictures here.
If I'm not going to exaggerate, it will be over 1,000.
Okay.
Pictures taken from
That's a lot.
1922 to the 70s into the 80s, when Rollins had his school and all of that. This is a
over
whole
1,000.
Yes, this is a whole museum, if you like.
Okay.
Yes, so
Great.
yes.
Okay, so Kofi, you've told us a lot about this historic edifice.
Sure.
And the number of photos we have
Sure.
here. But I think I've seen some cameras in this cabinet
Display.
of glass. Yes. Can you tell us a little about them? Which of them was used by J.K. Bruce? Which of them was used by Isaac? And do you know their functions, if I may ask?
Okay. That's a tall order, and that's a tax that probably Auntie Kate will be able to, how do you call it, do us the honor. But this way, you could be able to, you know, say today that these cameras are antiquated, but in their time, they were the best, how do you call it, you know, camera, photo pieces, and that's often, yes. I believe these cameras that were older than this one were used by J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy, and this ones might have been used by his son, because this one looks a bit modern than what is up there. Yes, and trust me, you know, in those times, this could be the best you you actually could lay hands on to take pictures. And so, from the shutter speed of these cameras, we have all the pictures we have here and probably beyond, you know. And again, at the time, trust me, it's a big deal to actually have such pieces of machines or machinery that could capture images the way they did now. So you might be looking at them this way, but trust me, they have done a human's job and help us to actually you know, get a peep into what it was in the past, which is so important. We were not there, but today we have seen what happened, you know, in the times, and we can put our pencil through it and if you like, string it beautifully as we've been able to see it today.
Right. That's a lot of details about what you have here in the studio.
Sure.
But you know, there's still more here on the show. We give you everything you need to know. We don't just serve you half of the details. So there's still more. And we have another wonderful person who will be speaking to shortly. But Kofi, thank you for sharing this bit of history with us.
Cheers. I'm a friend to this.
The Gogos, what used to be the Gogos, and it's now Ghana, right? You see that all the pictures here can be put into 3 categories.
Okay.
1, political pictures. 2, economic pictures.
Okay.
3, socio-cultural pictures. And I would like to give a little bit of historical details, you know, with regard to the 3 categories that I've given you.
Okay.
Now, first, we must know why this place is called Jamestown and what Jamestown actually stood for. You know, during the pre-colonial, colonial, and then the independence and post-independence, you know, right? Jamestown was established as far back as 1672 by a British company called the Company of Royal Adventurers of England Trading with Africa. Now that company was started by the King of England called King Charles II to supply 3,000 African slaves to the British West Indies and the Americas. So they had a mission, the company had a mission for coming here. Now the leader of the company was called James Stuart. James Stuart was the brother of King Charles, and he happened to be the largest shareholder in the company. So he was made the governor of the company. So when they landed, it's a long story, but I'll try and make it very brief for you. You know, when they landed here, they got the land which belonged to a clan called the Sempe clan. The Sempe people had their deity there called Oyeni, which is still there. But then the agreement was that they would be allowed every year to go and worship their god, which was inside the fort. Right? So when the fort was completed, it was named after James. And that's how we got the name Jamestown. Of course, yes. There had been another Jamestown in the US. Right? But that one is spelled Jamestown as one word. But this one is James, one word, and town, one word.
The town of James.
Yes, the town of James. And normally we would like to distinguish between Jamestown in the US and Jamestown in Ghana. So we call it Jamestown, British Accra. So most of the old folks know this place as Jamestown, British Accra. Jamestown, British Accra, because there was Dutch Accra, which is the next, European colony. Dutch Accra, established by the Netherlands, and that's where we have the Fort Quebecois, which is now known as the Usher Fort. Then there was another European colony, which was the Danish Accra, and that's where we have the Christiansborg Castle. Right? Of all these three colonies, Jamestown became the primus inter pares because the English wanted to build Jamestown as a demonstration of British power and majesty and trade.
Okay, Mr. Tete.
Yeah.
That's you going into details about Jamestown. But we want to take that, I think it's a whole story on its own.
Yes.
The history of Jamestown.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that in maybe in another subsequent episode.
Yeah.
But you mentioned in the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned three separation. So three things that the pictures represent.
Right.
You mentioned economic, you mentioned political. Can you delve into details?
Yes. Politically, these pictures, or some of these pictures depict the struggle for independence. Now, Kwame Nkrumah was, we've been told, was part of the Big Six. Now, after the 28th February shooting, the Big Six were arrested, and some were put at Usher Fort, and then some were put at James Fort. Kwame Nkrumah was put at James Fort, and it was there that when the elections were held in 1954 or so, he won, and then he was released to come and form the government machinery, right? So that is a bit of the political history that I'm talking to you about. Then Kwame Nkrumah stood at Jamestown. By then it was known as Asedu Keteke. He stood there to contest the election, right? He stood there to contest the election. Then some of the important events that took place in the political struggle took place in Jamestown, a particular place called Palladium. I don't know whether you've heard of the Palladium Cinema. These were some of the places where they were holding some of their meetings, right? And so Jamestown played a very important role in the political development and organization of Accra, right? Then economically, because the harbor was here, Jamestown became the beehive of economic activities. 24/7, there's community that never slept. Ships were coming, goods were coming, cocoa, manganese, everything was passing through Jamestown, right? And that brought about a whole gamut of life, nightlife, CV hotel, people were enjoying themselves on weekends. There were bands playing GT, Mensa, Ramblers, and what have you. And you had all kinds of people, in Jamestown. Then there was, how will I describe it? A very good transport system where the workers those working in the harbor, and then those who were doing all kinds of businesses were all coming to Jamestown, right? So the transport system was said that it was so good. There were buses, going around, from Jamestown to the outskirts, Choko, and then to Labadi, and then back, right? 24 hours, right? We had the harbor police, the marine police. All these people were in Jamestown. Then finally, as far back as 1672, this leader of the Alata people called Osho, whose name was later on changed to Wechekojo, became so influential that he asked his English masters, please, can you get me a school for my people? You people are well educated, and that's why you've managed to come all the way from England to this place to come and trade with us. Can I have a school to have my people educated? So the first school, public school in the Gogos was established in Jamestown, which became known as the Accra Royal School. You see some of the pictures of the Accra Royal School, maybe in your subsequent listing. So Accra Royal School became the first public school. Not that there was no education or there was no schooling, but the education that existed before the coming into being of Accra Royal School was for the children of mixed races.
Okay.
The white people, who married the Africans and then they had children. The people we call the Bolatos. See, so they were being given education within the forts and castles. So the ordinary people did not have access to formal education. So Accra Royal School came into being and changed all this.
Okay.
Right, and the school was called Accra Royal School because it was named after the company of royal adventurers of England trading with Africa.
Let's talk a little about the socio-economic.
Yeah, the socio-cultural. And like I said, with the economic activities came the social activities, because the way of life of the people, had to be maintained. Right, and so the culture of the people, marriages, pregnancy, childbirth, outdooring, festivals, all these things were taking place within the context of the development of Jamestown.
Okay.
And these were some of the things which fascinated, the owner of Dio Grata Photo Studio. He didn't want these things to pass by. Right, much as he was capturing pictures on the political and economic, development, he was also interested in the social development of the people, especially the rituals pertaining to Homo Festival, the outdooring, Ojura Festival, the Twin Festival, anything which has to do with the social and cultural development of the people. Fascinated him, and he had to, capture this permanently, right? So maybe in future, if you come here, you will see some of these pictures.
Talking about books, Mr. Tete and Mr. Yeboah, who we spoke to earlier, they have a book, and it's a historical piece that everyone should try to get a copy of. But like you heard, he's been talking about the history of Jamestown and putting some of the pictures here in perspective. So we'll just hold on to the Jamestown story for later when you have time to actually go into the history of Jamestown. But thank you very, very much, Mr. Tete, for speaking to us. We're grateful for your time. So I'm sure we've all learned something intriguing from Mr. Tete, but the history bit of it will be tackled, in another episode of this show. You get it right here. So just keep watching People and Places, our subsequent episodes, and you get all the information you need. But we are wrapping up, and we'll just have a brief conversation with Mrs. Tamaklo. We want to find out what plans she has and for this studio, because it's a magnificent place, and she probably has plans to renovate or expand this business. So let's speak to her. So Mrs. Tamaklo, this place is still in shape, but time has gone past, and you're trying to, I think Kofi mentioned that you're trying to scan some of the pictures and other things. But do you have any plans for your studio to expand it, to make it bigger, to get more people interested in coming to see what you have here?
Definitely. One of my the things I'd really like to do is to print and publish several coffee table books, because there's so many pictures in the archive. I think that's the best way to display them and portray them and show them off in coffee table books.
Coffee table books?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are books, very large books where you have pictures, of the studio that describe them and tell a bit of history. That you can find probably in companies on their center table or anywhere you go. People can just flip through. You don't need to tell a long story, just a picture and what it's about.
Okay. And when people come here, do they just come to look at the pictures, or do they come to buy some of the pictures for their works?
Yes, most people come to look at it and they would like to buy it as well. But for me, I hesitate to sell the pictures. I would want to put them in the book. So there are several of them, and then you buy the entire book.
Okay.
But we've sold a few. People have been very persistent and want to have the photo for their project. Okay. So we have sold a few in the past.
Okay, so when should we be looking forward to this project?
We are celebrating our 100 years next year, and obviously before that time, we hope, with the help of Kofi and Mr. Tete, be able to put together a few books before 2022.
Mrs. Tamaklo, before I leave you, your dad handed over this business to you.
Yeah.
Do you have plans to train somebody new are any of your children into photography? Do you intend to hand over to them? Who do you think will take charge when you are unavailable?
Yeah, that's a big question. I've been so excited myself, getting involved, scanning and, doing all sorts of things with the pictures where I think very little about that. But I have to know that we are all mortals, My children, they have little interest,
Okay.
But sometimes they do express that interest. I still hope to get them on board.
Okay.
Get them a little more interested and have a fourth generation.
Yeah.
Yes, inherit it and probably do other things.
Okay.
But I also hope to extend this place, probably build it, build a few more floors, because there's so many pictures and we need walls to display them.
Yeah.
So have probably every floor with a different theme, that people could come in and be told the story.
Yeah. It's been wonderful speaking to you and your team, and we are grateful for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in.
And so that's how we wrap up another edition of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. It's been my pleasure bringing you this episode, and thank you for making time to join all of us to hear these beautiful narrations. Until we meet in another exciting edition, stay safe and take care. I am Wanda Amihagan.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today I deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.